Oh, welcome, Patriots. Welcome to America Rising News. It is Thursday, June 25th, 2026. It is 10:08 p.m. Eastern Time, and you are with America Rising Media with your recent edition of America Rising News, Lifting the Veil edition with the one and only Feisty Cat, Badass American, Badass Patriot. Boy, we've got a lot to get into. You guys are not going to want to miss tonight because I think we got a pretty good grasp of the 40,000-foot view of what to expect in the coming weeks, months. Dare I say, a very hot, a bit of a spicy summer, if you will. Unseasonably warm summer, maybe even a hot August. And we're even going to preface a possibly a fire edition. I think we're coming up on what, 50, episode 50 of Feisty Digs on Monday,
something like that. Boy, 49,
awfully close. But yes, welcome, Feisty. How's your day been so far?
Pretty darn good. I made a breakthrough in my research. I can't wait till Monday.
A breakthrough?
Yeah.
A breakthrough. I'm going to pretend like I'm surprised because I have no idea what breakthrough you're speaking of. So don't mind.
You don't have actually a full story. But
not the full story, but I got an idea where you're going with it.
I decided, this has been rolling around in my head for a while, that I'm seeing a pattern, right? And I've been showing you I've been seeing patterns. So I decided to check 12 different sectors of industry.
Mm.
And when I did, even the AI said, yeah, there's a human component to all of this.
Industry, so alluding to what, though?
So I showed you the COVID stuff, where there was an intentional offshoring of gain of function, offshoring the risk. And it provided a double shield for DITRA.
What do you mean by offshoring?
They moved gain of function offshore after the H5N1 release.
Yes.
They did the moratorium, then they put the P3CO framework out.
But the human component to that, what are you suggesting
that there were actual decisions you can point to within the executive branch and within Congress that enabled them to shield their own accountability.
Suggesting that there may very well be, or suggesting that maybe there's open source proof to suggest that there's investigations and or unsealing of indictments.
Yes.
Okay.
When you can take, and I only took 12, okay, I tried to do a cross-section, took 12 sectors, and I put them all through a rubric to look at just several key questions. I just asked, what problem were they solving? I'll read it right from the slide. Who decided to redesign the system? Because that's a key question. Mm-hmm. What resources moved to enable the redesign, whether it's capital, whether it's research, whatever. What intermediary was created? Like, with the COVID stuff, EcoHealth was the intermediary, right? Mm-hmm. So we've got intermediaries in all of these. In other words, a scapegoat.
Okay. Yeah.
Who actually did the work? And for example, in COVID, the 120 biolabs in 30 countries. And remember, I showed you I could even prove, before Tulsi told you 120 labs, I knew that.
Yeah,
because
I was just going to say,
I have their own document that listed how they decided which countries the labs went in.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, not that we don't, how do I want to say this? Not that we don't need proof at this point. I think at this point we've all seen enough to suggest.
It's not the proof that's important.
Yeah.
It's the release of the information that was behind a wall.
There you go.
That's important. Like I showed you
which proves
last week
that there's.
Yeah, we knew this information. This information shouldn't be a shock. Well, it is a shock for some. Some people learned the term DITRA, which they hadn't generally heard.
Yeah.
They hear Fauci, they hear EcoHealth, but they didn't hear the other part of it.
Yeah, we may have to remind people again at the on Monday.
Yeah, I'll bring that in.
We'll have to remind everybody about these words and these
DITRA, Defense Threat Reduction Agency.
Yeah.
So their job is to prevent threats, and namely in bioresearch.
So like a DARPA, but for
well, this goes deeper than
biological.
DARPA, because DARPA does a number of things. It's not just biological; they also do technological. There's a number of things under the DARPA umbrella. DITRA itself is defense threat reduction. They literally have to develop by code. They have to develop technologies or vaccines or chemical responses.
And a lot
to
of times we can never
epidemic
tell
threat.
if they're doing it for nefarious reasons or if they have.
Well, because they've got a kind of an open charter, right?
Same thing can be said
identify
about
the threat and prevent it.
Same
right?
thing. Yeah, exactly. But same thing can be said about DARPA too. Like we've heard about things that they've developed that were good or maybe beneficial for us, but we've heard almost arguably more things that were malevolent towards us. So it's always hard to put the thumb on the.
But DARPA isn't necessarily behind.
No, I know.
It's
I'm
not
just
fully
using that
behind a wall.
I'm just using that as
Yeah.
an analogy for trying to remember all these 3-4 letter agencies and what their purposes are.
I know. I
That's a challenge.
reek of DC slime. Don't
Well, no,
I?
that's what I'm here for, is to hopefully break it down and make it a little bit digestible for people who are newer to this. I'm like right kind of in between, where I've kind of been here for a minute, and a lot of these, agencies I'm savvy with, and others, I'm still kind of getting a grasp on. But repetition.
I'm just gonna
is the
say
name of the game.
people should probably consider.
Remember the name
looking at the
DITRA too,
show-
right? You would encourage that?
Say that again.
To remember the name DITRA?
Yeah,
would
remember the
encourage
name
that.
DITRA, but I would encourage you to look at the show that Mary and I did for Diggs on Monday, because I went through this, and if you can get up to speed on that, what I'm going to show you this coming Monday will even make more sense.
Nice.
Okay?
Awesome.
Because what I did was I went down the Tulsi line, right? And I knew when I started going through the drop that she did on Thursday, and more than 400 pages of it are financial transactions,
Okay.
grants and subgrants. I knew where they were going. In fact, I even showed you that the June 12th drop was actually declassified.
That was about the biolabs, right?
Yeah, 7 weeks earlier.
Yeah.
It was declassified in April, and we got it June 12th. So that already is a signal that there's a case on that one, right? And then this supportive information that came out on Thursday that she declassed on Thursday, that information shows the transactions that enabled that original map to take place.
So we'll break this down on Monday, everybody, and I would encourage everybody, come on by Feisty Diggs. Yep.
Before we go on, let me point out the 12 sectors. I think you'll find them fascinating. I kind of worked hard on trying to decide what is a good cross section. Okay, so I went in, of course, housing, because Bill Pulte is my new boyfriend. The insurance sector, because that is, they're symbiotic, housing and insurance.
By the way, can I
Healthcare.
just tell you, I'm sorry, your hair looks nice.
Well, thank you.
It really does.
I had 3 or 4 clipped today.
Everybody give Feisty a round. Doesn't her hair look nice, lovely? Sorry.
Thank you.
Total squirrel moment. Go ahead.
So I also went down the healthcare route because there's information coming out about CVS, Caremark, and the monopolistic antitrust stuff they're doing. But of course, I had to go through pharmacological, right? I had to talk about big pharma. I think that's a given.
Mm-hmm.
If I hadn't have done that, it would have been disservice. But I went through defense procurement. Those are contracts, which gets into the grants and subgrants, but takes it a little further.
Okay.
Then I went, of course, shadow banking. I have to show you how that was manipulated, and try to do it in a more condensed form. And then I went through higher education, because I think that's important, especially in the commie world we're in. And then, of course, AI, because they're actually deploying this model right now on AI. But to do AI, I had to also do open source software because they're two together.
Wow.
So then there's the biosecurity, which is what we did on Monday. And then energy, I thought, was a good area to look at because of what they're doing to co-opt energy decisions.
Trump keeps
talking
about it.
For example, right now they're complaining about data centers using up all the resources, which isn't true. I can tell you that because the county I live in has more data centers than anywhere else.
There's been a lot of propaganda lately.
Yeah, and we've not seen, we went through 10 years of our bills, and I can tell you right now, there's no major increase in our energy bills.
And again, I say seemingly, that's because I'm just, that's my ignorance. I haven't really delved deep enough into the data center stuff, but when I look at the individuals that have been reporting on it, it's largely the leftist, inspired.
Well, I think there's a cautionary tale because I think it's an emboldened earth science kind of group of people. They're emboldened by foreign money. Why? Because if we don't get data centers off the ground, we fall behind.
Yeah, and this I think gets back to where I've been saying how it's so integral for us to have a Trump at this perfect period of time, because if we didn't, and there was the opposition in power right now, then they would be the ones, I suspect, that would have the control and manipulation over AI, quantum.
So you mentioned opposition in power. You want to hear the 12th sector I looked into?
What was the 12th one?
Campaign finance.
Act Blue.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully, I've got some Act Blue that we'll delve into tonight, everybody. And
that's a big deal, everybody.
Yeah.
The Act Blue case is a major, major issue.
Yep. So much to do with NGOs, the DSA / communism / I'm so glad I'm starting to hear the term Bolshevism being raised in mainstream.
Wait till you hear, I'll get excited when they start using the word Trotskyites.
Trotskyites.
Yes, because Trotsky is the issue, and it's the global world
Marxism.
order.
Yeah, that's Marxism on a global scale. Trotsky.
Right. So once you start talking Trotsky, then you get to start pointing to the countries that are funding the uprising here.
What's Taoism?
That's Chinese.
Was that anything to do with Marxism?
It's a form of Marxism.
Yeah. Okay.
It's more like Mao, but
yeah.
The reason why I spell out Trotsky is because it is a global push. You got Maoism, you got Leninism, you got all these different isms in these countries, but the Trotskyism is the global push. And once you start understanding Trotskyism, then you can start pointing to the purveyors that are pushing that, where the funding's coming from. Because it is foreign funded.
That's right. Yep, that's right. As well as everybody.
So I'm excited.
Revelations, resolutions, some things that we're going to need to discuss tonight regarding elections in general. However, more specifically, electronic means of conducting elections. In other words,
oh, you mean like the
yep.
The Lindell case getting dropped suddenly?
That's not a small thing.
No, that's a major thing.
And we'll get into that, as well as some SCOTUS rulings that we're going to definitely need to talk a lot about today. There is so much going on, as there is every day, I know. Ad nauseum, it's the same old song and dance every night. But nevertheless, rejoice. There is so many great, beautiful things happening. And these things that are happening, I suspect, are in a way that is setting the stage for us to participate, for us to become more active and not sit on our hands and just expect others to do it for us. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
There's no such thing as a magic wand. But we were just having this conversation in my chat where I was saying, look, every day, and you've got to have the courage to look for the counter, right?
Yep.
The counter revolution. But every day you see new things that are happening that proves the boot is being removed from our throat.
That's right.
And the more that boot is removed, the more active we can become. We can't be suppressed.
Yep. And like I said, I'm so glad that we're even hearing the term Bolshevism. I'm even glad that we're starting to hear, politicians, senators, congressmen, presidents, and mainstream media refer to them as what they are, and that is communists. I can't wait to get into that and more.
I'm so glad that this is coming out, because this proves a Q post, by the way. And Trump's post goes directly to that Q post.
Yep.
And I showed you the research from that back in the day, and I've been talking about it for a while. We've got to get to an inflection point, and here we are.
So if you're just coming in here now, your timing is perfect, and I'm going to get to that and more in just a moment. That is after we say hello to everybody in the chat. Good to see everybody over there in Rumble World. Good to see. Hey, there's Ann Boyer. What's up, Ann Boyer? Reha, Lucky Doolittle, the great, the beautiful Marissa DNC. Thank you, Marissa, for all you do. Shout out to
I
our
wonder
mods.
if she ever sleeps.
She is. Yeah, she's
on every show.
She's the little engine that could.
Yeah.
We love our Marissa, and good to see Maiden Pew out there. There's Krista, Braves, Piano, Mick Sarge, Bobby Tunes. Hey, Bobby. I see you, Bobby. You just sit tight, brother. And let's see, we got anybody else? Well, shout out to everybody lurking as well. And then, of course, everybody over on pill.net. And there's Tracy. Tracy17. Every time I shout out to Rumble and then move over to Pill, I always suspect somebody's going to pop in at the last second there. Good to see Bobby Digital. What?
Did you check the pills?
Not yet.
You got to look, first one.
The first one?
Mm-hmm.
Dixie, of course, always Dixie with a phone call. It's the first one.
Oh, no, I'm wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, shout out to Dixie.
Fourth one down.
Dixie has been a consistent supporter of.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, America Rising.
I'm pointing out Braves Piano because you're going to want to take a detour.
Okay. Yes, I know. I know all about it. Yep. It's exactly what I was figuring. Shout out to Just Fed Up with a holy shit. She says, let's go, USA. Shout out to you, Just Fed Up. And thank you for your continued support as well. Speaking of continued support, the great Sly Park. With her typical stay based, stay blessed, stay in prayer. By the way, Patriots, if anybody wants a mug, a beautiful mug, or what do they call these things? Tumbler that says "Stay based, stay blessed, stay in prayer." You can go over to AmericaRising.media and buy one of those mugs or tumblers. And shout out to Sly Park. And then we got Krista with a cookie. Thank you, Krista. Get to that in just a sec. Shout out to Sean Joe with a cookie. Speaking of continued support, both Krista and Sean Joe as well. Hey, good to see Moda out there with the banger shades. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Trick Pony, with the cookie. Good to see you. And Sean Joe with another cookie. Curious Cat with a can says, hello, everybody. And then we got, hey, thank you, Dylan, 1954, with 117 gold pills. So,
and we got 5 subscriptions over.
And we just got 5 subs from Reha. Holy cow, Reha.
Let's get ready to.
My goodness. 5 subs. Maiden Pew says, I have a beautiful mug, but I would love a tumbler. That's awesome. Thank you for your supporting us through buying merch. So one of those gifts went to Maiden Pew, a pink rose. I like that name. Military Mom, Sly Park, and Dana Shell. Congratulations. Well-deserved, everybody. Well, let me pull the bus over here for a second.
Yeah.
because we like to recognize our beautiful badass patriots out there. And one of those badass patriots is Bobby Tunes. So, everybody, what I would like to do is encourage everybody, please stand up and wish Bobby Tunes over there in Rumble. He will see your comments in the chat on the screen over there in Pilled. Let's please wish Bobby Tunes a very warm and welcoming happy birthday to Bobby Tunes.
Oh, you have one just for him.
Oh, wait. There's more.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Shout out to Bobby Tunes. On behalf of everybody here at American Wrestling Media, Bobby, happy birthday to you, brother. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Here it comes.
Oh, no.
It's your Bobby. It's your birthday today, Bobby. Let's celebrate. We will control any.
Cut the cake.
That night is yours. Destiny.
Look at all those happy birthday shout-outs to you, Bobby. Bobby.
It's your birthday today, Bobby. It's your birthday today, Bobby. Grab your goodie bags. Open your gifts. Blow out your candles.
Be real.
Bobby.
All right, happy birthday to you, Bobby.
Be real. I would
Don't
probably,
do comedy. Don't do comedy right
Okay.
now.
I would probably get a
So
shake.
I'm your dad. I'm your son.
Okay. Hey, Dan.
Bobby. No,
Do it, sorry, just do it like that.
Bobby. Anyways,
I like how you added that at the end.
Bobby. All right. Well, like I said, happy birthday to you, Bobby. To many more, friend. And thank you for sharing your free time with us and hanging out with us. And now we can continue to consider you a part of this family. All right. So, what else have we got going on here? A couple bullet point news items for this evening, Feisty. You know who quickly became one of my favorite. This is kind of hard to say because a favorite congressman. Yes, I'm going to say it.
Is there
Brandon
a House
Gill.
rep?
Brandon Gill.
Mm-hmm.
You know who he is?
Mm-hmm.
He's got kind of a funny
I don't know.
hair.
I'm kind of looking more and more at Fetterman. So
Oh
he's
yes,
senator, but
I'm glad you said
you
that.
went House. I was thinking Senate, but I don't know. Fetterman has become quite intriguing to watch.
To that, I always want to reference that one soundbite. That motherfucker back there is not real. I can't get the.
Well, don't you remember when he came in? He supposedly
Yeah,
had all these things going on because of his health.
but not anymore.
Not anymore.
Now he's
Suddenly
actually
he's
funny.
perfectly fine.
And he's actually
Yeah.
funny. So,
Oh, he was funny then, but in a
Yeah.
sick sort of way. Now he's actually got a sense of humor.
and his wife too, knowing about his wife's background.
Remember when he was in the hospital? His wife went to Niagara with the kids,
Yes.
and we're all like,
It's a weird
Right?
dynamic between those two. But yeah, Brandon Gill has become one of my favorites because I just love, and I get it, you know, what good is, you know, these house, when they invite people in and they have these, you know, little grill sessions where they grill the guest. But Brandon Gill absolutely destroyed the liberal anti-hunger advocate during a snap abuse hearing.
Did you grab the soundbite? Because that was funny.
Yes, of course I grabbed it.
I don't know if everybody else saw it, but it was funny.
It was, and it's his delivery because he's very cool, calm,
I had
collected.
tears.
Yeah, he's very cool, calm, collected. And I seriously wish I was on the panel and I could have my stream deck there and I could tee off the crickets because she didn't answer. There was so many times
couldn't answer
she couldn't
anything.
answer him. Cue the crickets. It was perfect.
But the way he delivered it,
It's his delivery because he's cool, calm, collected.
it was so dry.
Yeah. It's so
And you're
good.
looking at it going, this man,
Yeah.
tell me he practiced that.
He's naturally gifted like that. And also, in case anybody missed it, Mark Wayne Mullen has really
made a big one today.
He has settled into his position at DHS magnificently. It's like he was
A lot more than I expected.
Yeah, me too. I couldn't agree more. He is crushing that position.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like he was built for this position, and he's doing a great job. He puts things so simple and easy to understand, and almost like if you have any if you refute anything that he's suggesting, boy, you look really bad, no matter what it is. And
Well, because he makes it so obvious that if you try,
Yep.
you look like an
you
idiot.
look like an idiot. 450,000 children. Go ahead, dispute that, please. I encourage it. Come on.
No. There's only 289,000 missing. Okay, so you at least are on the same page, right?
But way to dismiss it, or way to downgrade, or
Well, it's a zero sum because he gave a number, and they either say yes, there's that many missing,
that's right.
which brings in the Biden years, or no, there's no such thing, which brings in all the empirical data otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
So there is no answer.
And if I were to pick one candidate to put in front of him in a moment like that, you know who it would be? It'd be this Rep. Rosa DeLauro,
I haven't seen much
the
of her. I
purple
can't speak to
hair
her.
lady.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I know who you're talking about,
Yeah.
but I haven't seen much.
She's a caricature. And,
Well, that's a given.
and she looks.
Did you? Because Senator
Oh,
Kennedy.
Kennedy was. He is America's Uncle John. That's what he is.
But the way he did that soundbite, I
Oh,
watched
my
that several
gosh.
times. Where he points to her purple hair and everything.
He is America's Uncle John at everybody's Thanksgiving dinner table. during
So did you ever
Thanksgiving.
notice on
This-
YouTube?
Yeah.
There are many channels that splice together all of his Kennedyisms, and you can sit for hours and just watch them. I mean, it's better than watching Lucille Ball, right? Is you
He
just watch
thinks,
them,
how he thinks up this shit on the fly,
and
too.
he does it
I
on the
don't-
fly.
I don't know how he does it. He's gifted. So shout out to Mark Wayne Mullen for going off on the purple-haired monster who looks just like Marissa. You know who she looks like with the glasses?
Oh, from the
She looks like Edna
No,
or something.
from
The
oh god, the
Incredibles,
kids
maybe.
with the monster.
Yes, Monsters Inc.
The cartoon.
Aunt Edna or something like that.
Yeah, Edna. She's actually a caricature of a real person in Hollywood. She was the person that was responsible
That is
for
her.
outfitting everybody.
Yeah.
That's Edna.
Oh gosh, she looks just like her.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm expecting to see that sticker drop any moment here. Lying or stupid? Whoopi Goldberg of The View claims nobody wants voter ID laws. Oh, really?
Well, no.
Really?
Today, The View had the wherewithal. I don't know even know what to call it. Where they said socialism isn't a bad thing.
Oh, I'm not scared by the Democratic Socialists.
No, it's
No, you're
not
not.
a bad thing.
Yeah.
They need to bring Rosie O'Donnell back on so we can just get it all in a collective, right?
Well, and I'm glad because I think I saw Duppy out there. I got a couple of cat calls, or we'll call it dog whistles. Mm-hmm. I have a couple for Duppy, and one of which is always isn't going to be Carville.
Carvel.
Anytime I play Carville, it's my dog whistle to Duppy. And
Because he can't help himself.
well,
No, I have to tell you, the other
he
night.
is right about a few things.
Yes, he is right. But the other night, the dog whistles, the ones that got Pinata going, I was dying. I was dying.
They weren't ones that you would think of.
I did not expect Pinata to be triggered like that.
Who was I
So,
playing?
Duffy, you got a hard act to follow.
He says those dog whistles don't work. There it is, Marissa. Yes, that's her. That is Aunt Edna.
That's Edna.
Gotta look. Just give her purple hair, and that is her. He says those dog whistles don't work. Okay, yeah, we'll see about that.
We'll
Duffy.
see.
So DSA leader in New York City explains just how they are just using the Democrat Party's infrastructure to get their people selected. Yep.
So, is it okay if I pontificate a moment?
Yes.
Okay. I know you don't remember what happened in January of 2019. I remember it like it was yesterday when Nancy Pelosi took back the gavel. Remember they had been
you keep
out, they
referencing
came
that.
back.
That was a significant moment, you think?
It was a significant moment. In fact, we were doing a show when that happened. And I said, she's a senior statesman. She knows better. And what she just did was unleash the wackos, and it was the squad. And then she did some trips. She went to Italy. She did some trips with the squad.
Okay.
And I said, I think they're intentionally taking this party hard left. And it was kind of low key for the rest of Trump's term. But during Biden, it went off the rails. And that's all we've been seeing, to the point where Trump put out today, I've been waiting for this. I've been preparing for this, because the communists have now, the Democrats are so desperate that they saddled up with their commie friends, thinking they could overtake the commies in the end. And it's not showing it as fact.
Well, you brought it up.
But I love their application of it's a big tent. That has been a Republican moniker for as long as I can remember.
That's what Carville just said.
It didn't work. It did not work.
So what Feisty's alluding to is Trump posted tonight at just before 7 p.m. He posted, the communists are finally making their move, he said. I've been waiting and preparing for this for a long time.
It's 2019.
All you have to do is say, quote, I'll give you everything, end quote. But that means you're taking it away from others that have earned it over thousands of years. That ideology has not worked once. The game is on. Enjoy watching President Donald John Trump. Now,
and he's absolutely right.
Yes. The parts that jump out at me was the communists are finally making their move. 1, 2 is he said he's been waiting, and not just waiting,
preparing
for this, for them to what? Make their move.
And wait till you see, because now is the time to broadcast them. Now is the time to throw some D-class out there that shatters the Democrat Party even more. Now is the time to actually do a Sun Tzu, right?
Right. So
and just stand by the riverbank and watch the bodies float by.
We all know this is who they are. So
this is what creates the red wave.
But that's not what they refer to themselves as. And what we need to find a way, a clever, creative way to force them to admit to being communists.
We
really
don't even have to
be.
force them. Sean, you don't have to force any of them. They're saying it out loud.
But they're calling them. They wouldn't be referring to themselves as democratic socialists if they were comfortable with it. The fact that they lost.
But it's still a term.
I get it. But this
so
is.
you can, in other words, your hill isn't so high to climb. If you can get them to go to democratic socialist, and then things they say, but that's a communist tendency.
We need to point that out. Yes.
All you need to do is a compare and contrast what a democratic socialist would have said and what you said.
Right. But
So our job is actually easier.
Yeah. We got to force them because, again, they know they're communists. We all know it, but we need the rest of the country to know it. And this is why this is not only being allowed, not only happening, but being allowed to happen.
But the other part of it is they can't do it on their own. In other words, there's foreign money. So all you have to do is pull out who they're being funded by. We already know most of it.
Force them to deny it then.
Force them to say, no, I didn't know, and give back their campaign donations.
Yeah.
That would be hysterical to watch that in mass.
Force them to deny that they're communists. Because again, I don't think they would. Honestly, I don't think they would. And this is where
I don't think they think they need to.
You're starting to see a split in.
But it does fracture. And if you look at the polls, it is fracturing inside the Democrat Party.
I mean,
remember, over the last 6 years, we watched Democrats bleed the blue dogs, the middle of the road, the Kennedy Democrats. We watched them bleed out and become Republicans, not because they were pro-Trump, but because they were anti where the party was going. But this even goes back. I remember watching the Democrat convention in 2011, where they actually took God out of their plank. And they held a voice vote to get it back in, and it was clearly against putting God back in the plank, and they put it in anyway. There were 3 voice votes, and the crowd just got more raucous, right? They got louder and louder, and when they said the ayes have it to put it back in, they were pissed. The people sitting in the delegates, they were pissed. So this has been coming.
Yeah.
And then when Nancy took back the gavel, that was intentional. And the party just did a complete hard left.
Yeah, so
there was no more middle of the road.
When the squad was galvanized, right?
It was immediate.
By the way, thank you to...
In fact, I'm also going to remind people in December of 2018, Trump actually advocated for Nancy to become Speaker again. We laughed about it.
That's right. Oh,
there was a plan that had to have been a plan to do what they did.
So,
and I've been saying for years they're intentionally blowing up this party.
Yeah.
And look at the transition from the Whigs to the Republicans. Glean some understanding there, because I think we're going to watch it again.
So all of this coming out now, it's been forecasted. So embrace
we're going
it.
to leverage this.
Don't get nervous. Don't be apprehensive or anything like that.
Don't be complacent.
No, I think that's the purpose right there.
Yeah, they don't get complacent by no means, but this was by design, I'm sure of it.
By the way, thank you thank you to Dow.
Let's get
with a
ready to
rumble rant.
rumble!
$2 rumble rant. She says, Sean, you're also assuming the public is going to be offended by the term communist. Yes, you're right. You're right. I am assuming. And I think I'm assuming for good reason, for good cause. Otherwise, why even come up with the term Democratic Socialists of America?
They've been doing that. Progressives are also communists, right?
Right, but-
when they went from liberal to progressive, which was really Democrat socialist. Now they're going Democrats. So you're seeing the evolution. There's only one step left.
Right. I imagine their plan was to slowly
Trump is the disruptor. He forced it out of the shadows.
Right. So I think I'm perfectly justified in that assumption. Although you are right, Del, I am assuming. And one indicator is, again, the fact that they feel the need to throw the word democratic in front of socialist as if it's to make them look and sound a bit more fluffy.
Well, it is an actual party. I mean, South Korea, Vietnam, they're all
communism.
Democrat socialists.
Yeah.
Vietnam.
Yeah.
South Korea, too. They're Democrat socialists. So is Russia, by the way.
But we all know that throwing the word democratic in front of it doesn't make a world of
change
difference.
A whole lot.
Right. Think with Nazis, National Socialists.
Well, that's why I think it's so funny, because they spent years calling us fascists.
Yeah. So they're
So now we got the communists and the fascists arguing. I mean, what an interesting election cycle.
And we know there's really not much of a difference between Nazis, fascists.
Well, no, I've shown you the political wheel where they're both sides of anarchy.
Yeah. Anarchy is ultimately the goal, I suspect, too.
If you bring about anarchy, then you can bring in the communism you're seeking.
Yeah, they're going to destroy it in order to build it back up, right? Build back better.
They're doing that. You're watching that in the UK right now.
Oh, yeah. Thank you to Beach Nana with a cookie. Good to see Beast Nana as always. She says, "Does anyone else get freaked out by that birthday clown?" Oh, on the on the clip, yeah.
In your video.
Yeah.
You know, I never realized that there's a lot of people afraid of clowns.
Yes.
Too many movies, I guess, with yeah.
Yep. I think Pennywise did it. Thank you to Sean Joe with not one, but 2 cookies. Thank you. God bless Sean Joe. Catherine B with a can says, Fetterman is smarter than we all think. Yeah, that's becoming
Without
evident.
a doubt.
Met him years ago. Wow. When he was a small town mayor in Pennsylvania. I worked for a large regional grocery retailer. He's a good guy. That is fascinating, Catherine.
In the research we did on him, he was actually highly respected.
Wow. And, Sean Joe with another cookie. Thank you, Sean Joe. Dal says, what I meant with another $2 Rumble Rant. Says, what I meant was, many don't understand what that means and probably embrace it. It needs to be exposed who the Nazis really were.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Ukraine right now.
Sure. However, I think the term communist has a proper negative connotation to it.
Yeah.
At this point. And if anybody looks into it, you will learn. You can go to any search engine, go to any AI, whatever, ask it. How many deaths is which is an economic ideology, right? Communism is essentially economic. Controlling the means of production, right? That's the term.
Communism controls not the means. That's socialism. Communism controls the distribution.
Right. Production and distribution.
The means of production is more under socialism.
Yep. Well, we all know socialism is what leads to communism.
Yes. They're hand in hand.
So if you also look it up, like I said, you go to any search engine, any AI, you ask it, and you tell your friends, family, acquaintances who all believe maybe you think might have a bit of a communist persuasion, ask them, how many deaths is communism responsible for in the last 100 years? And what you're going to find is, you can go to any search engine, do it right now, 100 million plus deaths communism is responsible for, or has led to in the last 100 plus years. So good to see Austin Woman. Jay's Bar and Grill, what's up? Bam Low, good to see you. Sir Lurks a lot. Valhalla, words are tough for me tonight. Gracie Thomas, good to see you. Highway Dog. Gigi been working it. Let's see. Who else we got? Akira. Duppy Jacks. Let's see. Who else we got out there? Filter Dog. Crystal loves David. Thank you guys all for joining us tonight. Faith and Freedom. Yeah, that's right. Exactly right, Faith and Freedom. Ask them, how many people do you know that are trying to escape to a communist country? We'll wait. Thank you, Serpentine, for the cookie. Says, good evening, Patriots.
Did I hear correctly the other day that Rosie O'Donnell's trying to come back?
She already is back.
She is back?
Yes.
So we should ask her how that worked out for her.
That's another dog whistle for a couple of friends out there in the chat. So also, let's see, what else we got going on? I got some Comer. And John Solomon. Man, there's some. I would encourage you. We got to all stop paying very close attention to Solomon.
You sent me a 14-minute video that I think is really important.
Is that the one with?
It's about.
Oh, what's his name?
He was talking about Fauci and.
Is that the one with Tuberville?
Yeah.
Tommy Tuberville. There was
That's
some things
a really good video.
Yeah, there was some things said in that were really interesting. And then
it forces you to go,
Exactly. Then there was
gotcha.
There was another one with Bannon yesterday.
Which one was that one? Was Solomon?
Yes. That was
Okay, that's the one with Solomon talking about how he was shocked, I tell you.
the Brennan probe, on the Brennan probe.
Right. And I was confused by that because we knew they had admitted this, that they were locking out the president. They admitted that in the 9/11 commission. This is why we have DNI. So I was kind of surprised to hear him say that.
Yeah, and was kind of giving Blanche shit for not helping DeGeneva, trying to get DeGeneva some files and records or something, and they're not being very cooperative, I guess.
Well, they're not finding them.
Or he was referring to Thune. I don't remember.
And they're not. I think he was referring to Thune and where you're at. But they're not finding files. I think part of the reason why Solomon is going into the role he's going into, because he was given a lot of information over the years and he know who gave it. So they kind of have an understanding of where to go looking.
Right.
For stuff that's still hidden within the system.
Lucky Doolittle says Rosie O'Donnell is filling in for Jimmy Kimmel for 2 months.
Oh, they couldn't even get Jimmy Kimmel over to the finish line till his end, huh?
Oh, that ought to be good.
No.
No.
Drunk Pinata's got to do that.
Yeah, I was going to say that's got Pinata written all over it. Thank you, Faith and Freedom, with a $5 Rumble rant.
Let's get ready to
Faith and Freedom says, I vote for an exchange program. Yeah, I love this idea. Crazy libs for people who desperately want to be here in America. And we've seen plenty of them over the last 2 weeks.
Look at all the athletes, right? They cannot figure out why Americans are so angry. You got it good here. They go into a Walmart and they ooh and ah over the selection.
I have a whole bunch of clips. I think America is probably one of the greatest countries I've ever been to. Says Taylor Brett, a World Cup tourist from the UK, shared his experience in America while attending the games. That, and I've got a whole slew.
I love the guy said, I went to a rodeo.
Barbecues. Texas is so huge.
But the one guy says, why are you guys so angry? You've got it great here.
I don't know. It's crazy. And it's, let's see, what else we got going on? And thank you again, Faith and Freedom, for the support. And in case I missed anybody else, Serpentine, I think I got that. The other thing is the Supreme Court rulings. Were there 2 of them?
4.
What, 4 today?
Yeah.
That's why I was having trouble keeping track of them.
There were 5 on Tuesday and 4 today. There's 8 more left.
There's 2 prominent ones that we're waiting on.
Yeah, you got birthright and slaughter.
Remind everybody, slaughter is what is to
slaughter
determine.
Is the right for Trump to terminate people that are assigned to commissions. Remember the IGs, they're all saying that by statute, there has to be for cause release. And so it went to the Supreme Court and we're waiting on that. And the general opinion is they're going to rule in Trump's favor, which is the final nail in the coffin to the deep state.
I thought we're waiting on the one that determines whether or not the United States Postal Service is considered an election
That's also
official.
one of them. There's 8 left.
Oh, okay. That's a big one. We're waiting on that one.
But you see, for me, slaughter has been my...
Yeah.
Once the slaughter, because it's like,
and
I know what's
Friday.
coming.
That'll definitely come on a Friday. That one in birthright citizenship will come on a Friday.
I don't know. They don't normally release on a Friday. Could, but they got 8 left. I doubt
it'll be right before they go on a hiatus.
With 8 left, that means they're gonna go into July 1st or the 2nd, I think.
Yeah.
But remember, I told you, the more hot button items that they're deciding, they wait and they got one hand on the light switch and the other hand on the send.
Yep.
Right? And they run out the door.
Yep. Supreme Court hands Trump a major immigration win.
That was Davis. A good one because that's a good opinion. It's going to be challenged, but basically they're saying if you're not you have no due process rights. I think that's pretty cool.
Yep. Thank you, Beach Nana, for the cookie. Says Scott Pressler posted that they will not allow him into as a ticketed individual the South Dakota Republican Party dinner with Senate Majority Leader Thune.
Gee, poor Pressler.
Oh, they won't let Pressler in.
Right.
And that's South Dakota won't. All right. Keep it.
South Dakota doesn't want Pressler anywhere around them.
This is where I say keep it up.
Yeah.
I'd rather know about these individuals. I think we should. I'm a silver linings guy, right? I'm not saying everybody has to be or anything, but I'm just sharing with you. That's how I see things. I see it as a good thing because we get to see exactly who these people are. I mean, Pressler is only going to help people get elected, the right person get elected. At least that's how he's been historically. Also, SCOTUS shuts the door on border abuse. Oh, and then, the
TPS one is the big deal.
Yes. But a liberal activist judge shut out Trump today regarding the Postal Service. Speaking of Postal Service.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, there was an activist judge. Let's see if I got it here somewhere. I just saw it. An activist judge. Oh, Clarence Thomas. He had a based line in his opinion today supporting President Trump ending the migrant invasion. It's right. But he's my hero. Clarence Thomas is my hero.
Telling you, if you'd have known Scalia, you would have said the same thing.
Scalia, yeah.
Scalia, man, what a masterful.
His death is right when I started to become more
woke up.
When I
more awake.
Yes. I really followed
I followed
that.
Scalia my entire career. I followed Scalia. I loved how he wrote his opinions. Actually, I've got books somewhere because they compiled some of the better ones, and I bought the book just so I could have it. It was like right before he died. I think the books are expensive now.
Oh, I believe it.
Clarence Thomas and he are very close in ideology. Scalia was a better writer. Now, that said, Scalia and Ruth Bader Ginsburg were best buddies.
Really?
They were best friends.
I knew that. I actually knew that. And then also, I almost forgot this. Musk, guys, for those of you that joined us during Patriot Theater on Sunday, huh?
Go ahead.
For anyone that joined us during Patriot Theater last Sunday, you guys, we were ahead of the curve by
the Vigilante
by a week. Yeah, the Citizen Vigilante movie that we played last week. Because now all of a sudden it's the talk of the town,
and they've got people watching it for free on the 27th.
No, right now for 48 hours.
I saw the 27th.
Yeah, till the 27th, I think.
Okay.
Musk posted it last night, and he has a deal with the director / writer, UV Bowl, UV Bowl, to play it for free, to watch it. You can watch it for free. And I'll see if Marissa or Krista, anybody want to drop the link to that?
Marissa
that would be
just
great.
dropped your Rumble for it.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Can even drop the Musk one too, in case anybody wants to watch that one. But you got Jack Posobiec had an interview with the director and writer. That was pretty good yesterday.
There's a lot of messaging in that video, right?
Oh my gosh. By the way, I wouldn't encourage you watch it.
No, I already knew it was violent. I saw a couple of clips and went, yeah, that's not what I'm going to be able to do.
The very first scene is gruesome. You wouldn't want to watch it.
Do you know, to this day, I have not been able to finish Fargo because in the opening scene, you kill a husband and his wife.
Yeah.
To this day, I've never been able to watch the rest of it. Yeah, I didn't get that far. I saw that scene, saw him kill those two people, and it was like, I can't do this. And that was when it came out. When, in the 80s?
No, it's a 90s. I think mid 90s. It was really good.
Is it that
really
late?
Good. Yeah.
I don't think it's mid 90s.
Yeah. It's a popular one.
I never, to this day, have not seen the rest of it because I could not get past the opening scene. Sorry, guys. I am very weak when it comes to violence.
That's fine. No worries. Let's see. What else we got here? Somebody exposed Maxine Waters today.
That was good. When you mentioned it, I went and looked.
She turned pale and rages on after brave MAGA.
Okay, so for Maxine Waters to turn pale,
I know. She got called out for her dirty little secret for on a regular basis visiting not just Cuba,
every communist country.
Every communist country, and she has had a close relationship with Fidel Castro. She goes back.
She goes way back. But so does Bernie Sanders. So does Jayapal. I mean, you had a number of people that found Cuba to be a particularly favorable place to vacation.
They need to be called out for this. They need to be called out for willfully ignoring the political prisoners, all the prisoners, the disastrous, like willfully ignoring the everything going on that's gone on with Cuba. The fact that it's a communist country, the fact that they've destroyed people's lives. You know, the hunger.
Did you see what Cuba's doing right now, though?
That's really what they want. And if you expose
Cuba's reverting from communism to socialism right now. They're allowing some private property. They're allowing private enterprise. They're just announced it a week ago.
Never heard of it going the opposite way.
Because they don't have an economy.
They don't have a choice.
So they're allowing people... It's like they're reversing just a tad to get some money back in the kitty. They'll bring a hammer back down if they don't go down. But
Duffy says Maxine will say she's just a vintage car fan.
She is a vintage car fan.
She is a vintage car.
Vintage. She's a junkyard junkie.
She is hideous creature. And I got an entire segment on NGOs and fraud, meaning Act Blue being in free fall. You're literally watching Act Blue in free fall.
Do you think Act Blue is going to go down by themselves?
No. Are you kidding me? No. How about and USAID?
Well, USAID opened the door to that, but think Ford Foundation, think Rockefeller,
Oh, yes,
think
Tides, and
think
yes.
Arabella.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. But you're watching these, and again,
they're imploding.
Do you guys out there find it at all coincidental that as soon as we take down U.S. AIDS, do you think it's at all coincidental that as soon as we take them down, all of a sudden South America begins to become a bit more conservative? Which, by the way, if you ever look at a map of the two, blue and red, it's the opposite in South America. Okay, conservatives are blue, red is libs.
Yeah,
okay?
For some reason, we're bass backwards from the rest of the world.
Yeah. So keep that in mind. But yes, all of a sudden now without no more USAID, US AIDS, South America. And on top of that, the fact that we have Maduro
in custody.
And then at the same time, well, not the same time, but yesterday we saw Dominion dismiss
the lawsuit.
Yeah, the lawsuit against Mike Lindell. That's not a small thing.
No. Let's label the lawsuit. What is the lawsuit?
It's defamation.
Defamation lawsuit. They've dropped a defamation case. Meaning what? Lindell wasn't lying.
He wasn't lying.
Lindell wasn't defaming them. They've just admitted their own culpability.
Yep.
It doesn't get better than that when you force them to have to say, okay.
But nobody's talking about this.
With the elections,
nobody's talking about this. I can't believe I even have to say this. You have to imagine, okay, do contrast check. Imagine having the opposition in power right now, where we would be at this moment in time. Okay.
Well, first of all, you and I wouldn't be talking on the show.
Probably not. It'd probably be like one of those rotaries and then, it's a Morse code or something. But you got to imagine. Do you think we would have seen USAID go down? Do you think we would have seen Act Blue go down? Do you think we would have seen the Southern Poverty Law Center?
Do you think you would have watched Maya Wiley squirm the way she did?
Oh, no.
Or Mary McCord sit there squirming. I mean, we're watching people that have been traditionally in the background come front and center, and it's glorious. If the table was reversed, we still wouldn't know their names.
What about all the fraud? The hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud that have
Remember
and people
when
have been
Elon
arrested.
Remember when Elon said that he expected more than $2 trillion in fraud annually? We're hitting that number. Did you realize that?
Yes, and every single
But also look
day.
at the number of people. Did you see the one the other day where they just arrested 455 people, to include doctors and nurses?
Oh, yeah. That's right. Do you think we'd be rescuing children right now?
No.
Do you think
No.
that there would be arrests in fraud and exposure at the same time? Because I got to tell you guys, there wouldn't be. And I'm pretty confident to state that as fact.
Go even further, because we actually, one of the people was the 10 most wanted. We got him extradited from the Philippines. We never tried to do that before.
Do you think we'd be draining the intelligence community swamp?
Oh, isn't that glorious?
Somebody's got to go back and clip that. Oh, that glorious.
That's so
need
glorious.
Feisty saying that.
It is glorious.
Do you think any of this stuff would be happening?
I get all giddy with that one.
So all these positive things would not only not be happening, but it would be arguably way worse. There'd be the opposite things happening. There'd be growing government for all we know. And how about...
Well, they have been. I mean, under Obama, we watched the government nearly double. Under Biden, it continued to grow. But what was worse under Biden is they not only grew, they embedded themselves further, deeper in. So, like I said, Pulte's my new boyfriend, because the more he cuts out of there, the more giddy I get, because I know that community pretty well.
Yeah.
And it is the biggest issue in that community. And I'm please don't think the entire IC is corrupt bastards, because they're not.
No.
It is so compartmentalized, but the decisions are retained by a few in the upper ranks, and they're not allowed to talk to each other. So watch what happens, because as he starts to get rid of the bloat and the slime, I hope to see some major congressional action to repair some of the damage they made to keep themselves shielded.
Right. So, in other words, guys, and again, that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's just a fraction of all of the things that have...
Shit, Sean, we could go on for 2 hours.
Oh, my gosh. It's ridiculous, you
There's
know?
so much going on.
Eric Swalwell... purging out all the bad actors, just in government alone. Think of all the firings that the Trump administration has conducted. Think of the DOJ and the FBI.
Think of the people who he's fired that we haven't heard from, and just digest that for a second.
Yep.
Why haven't they been out there with their buy my book?
Right.
I'm just saying, you got, and yes, Crystal Loves David just pointed out Radcliffe getting rid of like 450 people already, and that's what we know of.
That's just what we know of, right?
Because he's been really cleaning house in the CIA. And you had mentioned the other day that he's over there breaking glass, and it's like, yeah, he's breaking glass. He's shattering it to the pieces, throwing it to the wind. And when you got Radcliffe and Tulsi, now Bill Pulte, working together, oh dear God in heaven, they have no way of recovering. And I'm just, oh God, I'm so excited.
We have a vice president that is
actively involved.
He is doing a lot. Yes, he is tackling not only fraud, but you got him overseas signing. You got peace deals, right? You got this Iran thing. It's no small thing, man. This is tackling future terrorism. terrorism in the future, right?
So let me ask a question.
If we didn't tackle that, who knows where we'd be?
Hasn't it become obvious now that we're not at war with Iran?
Oh, right.
Isn't it kind of obvious?
Yep. Well,
I mean, we're obviously at war with the global order.
yeah, that's right.
And that is not, newsflash, everybody, that's not just City of London.
So for the people that say, I'm not voting in this, okay, really? You're going back to the...
You're going to
by
go
not
backwards?
voting, you're telling everybody that's...
I don't want this to continue.
You want to go back to that other shit.
No, they're saying they don't want this to continue.
I can't
even fathom not wanting to continue this path.
Holy shit.
So anybody listening to Tucker, anybody listening to Candace, and any of these other blowhards out there,
numbnuts.
Oh my
man.
God, please.
Yeah.
Because this is what we voted for.
And this, he's not even halfway through his. Look, what he's doing right now. Oh gosh, and I said this last night. There's a shift that just happened. It just took place. I'm pretty confident saying this. There's a shift, and I believe. Well, Feisty believes it started with something else.
Started last week.
You believe it started last week. I believe it started last night, yesterday, with Trump visiting the Senate and having that screaming match.
I think he was enabled to visit the Senate because of what Tulsi did.
Yeah.
Because what he did with Pulte getting rid of all those people, and then with what Tulsi released, they know in the Senate Trump's got them in the crosshairs.
Yep.
So he was able then to go to the Senate and go, yeah, tell me again how you're going to oppose me.
Right.
And he's got them squared up.
Well, as soon as he did that, no sooner did after he visited, he posted last night. Let me go to it. If I can find it here. Right after that,
Sean, you would think that you and I were getting excited. Is that?
No. Of course I am.
I know I am.
Right after that happened, he went on True Social and posted, while the Senate just changed its vote on Iran from 50 to 48 against to 50 to 47 for. What does this mean? This means he got Rand Paul, even Bill Cassidy, to turn.
Right. Now think about it. What was the resolution? The House resolution was trying to constrain Trump. Trump got them to reverse it.
Yep.
But let's take that a step further. What did Tulsi release? What did Pulte just do? Remember, the issue within the IC is not that they're not doing intelligence gathering. They're not sharing it.
They're not sharing it, right.
And they're keeping it hidden behind a national secrets wall.
This is what Bill Cassidy said his problem was, right?
Right.
Is that Trump wasn't sharing with them.
Because Trump isn't getting it.
All right.
So now what Tulsi did is open that door. Pulte comes in the next day and says, yeah, all of you, see you later.
Yeah, and we're talking well over 100, 250 people.
Okay, now
stop
for a second and think that all of the funding, all the black projects, those are appropriated dollars. So now Trump goes to the Senate and goes, yeah, about that bill you passed that gave. You see what I'm saying? He's telling them without a doubt, I got your number, which is why they're so afraid of the FISA. So, I mean, you can see the direct timeline. And then you get John Solomon. Oh, yeah, I'm going to go in and help them find some of these documents I know exist.
And then his reaction
God.
to what he's seen is pretty even.
Right.
He thought he knew.
Well, I
what was
remember
going
when
on,
Sarah Carter said, this was years ago, 2018, 2019, when she said the things she's seen would shock the conscience.
Yeah. And Solomon said that too. But then
he said it.
But after he did what he just, his body language yesterday was very different. He was like visibly, I don't want to say almost shaken
by the information.
I'd never seen an energy like that from Solomon before, though, because he's usually
I'm not going to disagree with that, but I was kind of surprised. And I realize he can't say a lot. He's got to be very high level with it. But when he made the comment about how the president was being locked out of this information, it's like, yeah, and tell me something else that's new.
Right.
Because that is the routine.
It's just unbelievable that you could block a president. What?
Yeah, they lock him out. They build an architecture that keeps everything away from the executive office.
Crazy.
That's what the Manchurian candidate means, guys. They're just a figurehead. Even Obama's moratorium, you realize Obama never put pen to paper on that one. That was the White House Science Office and Fauci. It never made it to Obama's desk.
Apparently, by the way, Polte has begun cutting intelligence office staff. Acting Director of National Intelligence Bill Polte has begun reducing the office of the Director of National Intelligence, the office of it, dismissing several political appointees and sending dozens of career officers back to their home agencies as President Donald Trump.
So do you know how ODNI is staffed?
No.
They rotate through the IC. So you got 18 IC agencies, right? And they rotate from their home agency to ODNI and then back again. Oh. This is a built-in revolving door.
Wow. It says here, the staffing changes first reported by WAPO, of course, included the firing of 6 political appointees, the return of about 45 to 50 career intelligence officers who had been detailed to the ODNI from other agencies. Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Tom Cotton of Arkansas defended the moves Wednesday, rejecting suggestions that the office was undergoing, quote, mass firings. Cotton said Polte told him that only, quote, a small handful of front office personnel were leaving, which is not at all uncommon when a senior leader leaves an agency or one comes into an agency. He added that about 45 to 50 career officers were simply returning to their home agencies.
So do you know how many people are in ODNI? Just the office itself. About 1,700 people.
It says here, I think that's a step in the right direction. Cotton said on the Senate floor, Cotton has long advocated reducing the size of the ODNI and last year introduced legislation that would cap the agency's full-time workforce at 650.
That has been in the agenda for a while. So he releases 50 people and they're squealing.
Yeah.
When they're already more than double the size needed. And that assessment was done by Doge, by the way. They don't need 1,700 people. After they from the RIFs, and I'm looking at the numbers here. From the RIFs, they went from about 2,000 down to about 1,650. Wow. He just got rid of another 50.
And that's just ODNI.
Yes, this is ODNI only.
That's not anyone cut from one of the 18.
Let me ask you a question. How do you staff another agency? If you're rotating people out, you don't typically rotate your best and brightest, right? So what happens to these people when they go back to their home agency? Chances are they're in the second wave.
Oh, yeah.
Trump told us there would be a second wave.
So you're outsourcing.
People get promoted up.
Yeah.
For doing bad things.
That's crazy.
You get them out of there. You can't fire them, so you pass them on.
You got to change that environment.
That is exactly, because remember I was on the team that helped set up DHS. The people we got from DOD and from FAA, those are the 2 agencies that were the major feeders, were not your best and brightest.
This chick, Julia Curley, who served as director for intelligence programs on Trump's White House staff until last year and recently resigned from the CIA after a 20-year career as an analyst, questioned the administration's approach. She says, reasonable people can debate ODNI's size and mission, but sacking dozens of seasoned officers in your first week isn't reform, she says. It's performative firing to please a president who treats his own intelligence community as the enemy within. Because there is an enemy within, though. I mean, do you need to be an intelligence
Well, I got a
official to
question
see
for you.
that?
Who's typically the type of person that would make those kinds of
An
comments?
enemy from within.
Somebody that's a little nervous too, right?
John Cipher, a former CIA Moscow station chief who spent 28 years with the agency, has advocated dismantling the ODNI altogether, said he
Yeah.
supports reducing the office's size but disagrees with how the changes are being carried out. Getting the agency smaller makes sense, but this isn't the way to do it, Cipher told the Post. Trump has called for reducing the size of the ODNI, which was created in 2004 to coordinate the work of the nation's 18 intel agencies.
So, okay, wait a minute. Before you go any further, do you remember why ODNI was set up?
Yeah, 9/11. So it could coordinate
But
all
why?
intelligence.
Because that was the issue.
Yeah.
That they had all this intel in the
Supposedly.
lead up to 9/11 and it didn't get shared.
Yeah.
And the CIA admitted that they withheld it from the presidential brief, not just from Bush 2, but from Clinton as well. So they're admitting that they withheld this national security information. And the reason why we have ODNI is because the Congress, in their glory, made it so that the agencies can't talk to each other. So you siloed the intel they were gathering. CIA was supposed to gather it. They were supposed to codify it, and they were supposed to do the presidential daily brief. They didn't do that. They admitted to not doing that. So we get ODNI. Who do you have to think about? That goes right back to Clapper and how Brennan controlled Clapper.
Ah.
So that was the next angle, was the CIA would control whoever was there. And then you get Trump.
Wow.
So, I mean, when you can...
Yeah, you're right.
When you can take that timeline and bring it forward and see what they're doing, ODNI was supposed to stop the problem. All they did was kind of do a workaround.
Mm-hmm.
Can Feisty explain her comment about plug and play when she was talking about DITRA, EcoHealth, and Alliance Web? Okay, Karen, when I say plug and play, that is when you design a plan and you're able to apply it to any other thing you're trying to do, the same construct. It becomes a plug and play. Did that explain it well, Sean?
Say it again.
So a plug and play, that's when you design an architecture that you can apply to any kind of a situation, the same architecture, you just change the names.
What's
right?
an example of some architecture?
So in the COVID stuff,
Okay.
we know EcoHealth was an intermediary. We know DITRA and NIAID were the primary funding.
Mm-hmm.
We know the offshored risk was to the biolab. So there's always...
Oh.
And if you take that into housing, how do you offshore the risk? You don't offshore it necessarily in housing, but what you're doing is you're pushing risk away from you. What did they do? They put it into title companies. They became so where you see biolabs in one, you're looking at title companies and the different products. So, and I'll show you more of that on Monday, by the way. I will explain it more on Monday. But it's a plug and play architecture to evade detection.
Okay. I like that. All right. That makes perfect sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that helped Karen Huber. It's been 15 years. Okay, so the other thing that I got here, Haiti is being brought up.
Yeah. Yeah. The poor Haitians got to go home.
And we're talking millions of people.
Yeah. What was it? 870,000, I think.
Not just Haitians. I think there was another country
There's
as
another
well.
6,000 or so of Somalis left too.
Haiti and Somalians, and I think we're talking north of 1.3 million in America.
I think you're
Maybe.
right.
Well, and the one of the concerns is that every single one of these individuals that would be forced to leave would be afforded a hearing, and holy shit. Holy cow. You imagine having to conduct hearings over a million hearings like
what
that.
they're saying is with the TPS status that they were supposed to, and the court's going, no.
Well, temporary is supposed to mean temporary, too.
But the other thing that they went into, and it specifically for this status, is the plaintiff tried to say that the Trump administration was acting with prejudice. In other words, the Haitians. And the court came back and said, well, no, they released other TPS status, temporary protected status. They released others, and it isn't specific to blacks. So
they're leaving it up. It would leave it up to Trump.
The thing that was interesting, and I think this
is to the president, is what you're saying.
Well, because according to the Supreme Court, it's non-reviewable.
Yeah.
So they didn't even have the jurisdiction to review it.
Right. So any lower courts or activist judges, liberal activist judges, couldn't even intervene if they wanted to.
Right. Now, that does open a door for a second bite at the apple. I always tell people when you see an opinion come out, the first part of the opinion is always the syllabus. It tells you what happened. Second part is the court's opinion. Okay. And that's the majority writing. But what's really intriguing are the dissents. I always go to the end and read backwards, right? Because the dissents kind of give you an understanding of the second bite of the apple, where they're going to go with this. Because with the nuances in the dissent tell you what they're going to do to challenge this in the future. And they will be challenging this particular case. Then they've got many ways to do that. And one of the things it does do is it compels Congress to make some reforms to the TPS.
Yep.
Because the court did say that they understood the argument that they didn't ask enough or the right questions for determining the end of TPS. So now you can see kind of where the next bite of that apple comes in, where they go next. But what they're also, and that's more to Congress.
Okay.
But what they're saying up front is it doesn't allow review. These are non-reviewable decisions.
Crazy. That's good.
So it's there. And the other one is the third country status, right? And I knew that was coming because in the oral arguments, they kept saying, well, what does arrive mean? And the plaintiff tried to say arrive means when they get to the Mexican place, right? On the other side of the border. No, arrive means when your foot steps on this country. So they said, no, if you're over there, you don't get due process.
It's good. This is all good. This is all working out in our benefit, guys.
That too will be challenged later, but that's good for now.
And I would argue this is the best Supreme Court in our lifetime. In terms of, bless you.
For any other reason, we get to laugh at Kentenji, right?
Yeah. And when you look at the cast of characters in the opposition, it's almost like they're making a compelling case for Viagra or something. I don't know. Needing Viagra. Earmuffs, Feisty.
You have to admit, when Alito has to come back because of Kentenji's dissent, and Alito comes back and calls her an idiot and an asshole, that was fun.
Alito. Oh, yeah. He went off.
Alito did that.
Yeah, he went off, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And that's unusual for him to rebut a rebuttal.
He's not. Yeah, that's not like him. All right, so we're going to get in. You know what? We'll start off with a little bit of that. And, okay, I think I did the Jesse Waters one here.
He opened with Jesse.
Okay, we'll start. Yes, Supreme Court. Today, the Supreme Court restored sanity to our immigration system, a major victory for the rule of law, American sovereignty, and President Trump's constitutional authority to secure our border with one and only stroke face.
Okay, before you go there, we got to talk Monsanto.
Monsanto's?
That was one of the opinions today.
Oh, okay.
We got to talk Monsanto because it's seen as a win for the Trump administration because the states were suing Monsanto for not putting the warnings on the bottles. And the Supreme Court said, no, you can't challenge a non-existent requirement. So a lot of Maha people are really upset right now because the administration removed the requirement because the EPA said that they cannot prove it creates cancer. Let me explain where this is going, because this creates a much needed argument within the executive branch. And I mean much needed argument. This will directly challenge the EPA's science. And that's what's coming with this one. Okay. It's not over. Because health says, yes, we can see where that cancer is coming. But the EPA is saying, no, we've seen no reason to believe it causes cancer. But because it's a product used on farms, it falls under EPA jurisdiction. Oh, okay. So what you're seeing, and just keep yourself together on this one, because that argument is far from over.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Good to know. By the way, thank you to, oh boy, we got a couple. Holy cow, we got a couple here. Beach Nana, I think I got that cookie about Scotty Presley. Yes, and we got a holy fleet. A fleet drop from Spin City News. Who says, have a great stream on fam, friends, and family. God bless. Thank you so much, Spin City, for the fleet. Holy cow. Holy ship. Right after the great Lobster Mobster. Another banger show tonight, says the Lobster Mobster. Holy cow. Thank you so much, Lobster Mobster. God bless. Good to see you out there, friend. Hope you're having a good night. Thank you to the great Beach Nana with a cookie. Says, did you see Nick Shirley's new video on Canal Street in New York City calling out all the illegals selling stuff and not paying taxes? I did see that.
Famous Canal Street.
And I even have that clip, yes.
I didn't get to see that one today.
All right. I'll see if I can pull that one if we have enough time. But here we go.
What do you mean if we have enough time? We're not even past midnight yet. Give me a break.
We're getting there.
Don't even start with the crickets.
All right, enjoy.
Trump's big immigration wins. That is the focus of tonight's angle.
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are.
Well, nice try. Today, the Supreme Court restored sanity to our immigration system, playing cleanup after the hard-left activist judges appointed by Biden, appointed by Obama, had twisted U.S. law to limit the president's ability to oversee enforcement efforts. Now, under Biden's open borders nightmare, migrants were just allowed to show up at the border or, walk across the Rio Grande. We were there covering it, and then claim asylum, that they were persecuted, so forth, which millions and millions of them did. But in a 6-3 decision today, the court ruled that the Trump administration can restart its policy allowing federal agents at the border to turn back asylum seekers before they enter the country. Now, at issue in the case were the immigration laws that say any non-citizen who arrives in the U.S. must be allowed to apply for asylum. Okay. Well, Justice Samuel Alito wrote for the majority, in ordinary speech, no one would say that a person arrives in a place, for example, a house, a city, or a country, before the person enters that place. Yeah, pretty obvious, right? Well, writing for the dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor sounded more like an immigration activist than a justice, writing, the consequences of today's decision are predictable. More people will die. More people will attempt to cross the border illegally, and some will make it while others will not. Well, that is disgraceful, because if Sotomayor wants to make policy, she should resign and run for office, or, I don't know, just apply to work over at MS Now, whose panelists, by the way, embarrass themselves.
America lost. There are going to be a lot of jobs that are open. There are a lot of people who are going to die and suffer because of the account of this. So I wish this court was more of a court of equity than they say they were a court of policy right now.
Well, a court of policy. Well, this is a court of law. Again, if you want to change the law or rewrite the Constitution, lobby Congress, okay? It's a process. The Trump DHS also won another case, Mullen versus Doe, where the court reversed a lower court ruling that had barred the administration from ending what's known as temporary protective status, or TPS. Now, TPS was established, just so you understand, in 1990 by Congress, which gave the president authority to allow foreigners experiencing extreme hardship, floods, earthquakes, extreme political unrest, to temporarily, the word is temporarily, stay in the United States. Well, the TPS designations made in this particular case for Haiti and Syria were so old that they were both made by Janet Napolitano. Remember her? But repeatedly, they were extended year after year after year. So Trump's DHS said, enough. It is time to go home. The entire TPS system, though, it's become such a scam. It started with one country getting protective status, El Salvador. Then the number of countries ballooned in recent years to as many as 20. You're seeing them on the screen. Cameroon, Haiti, Ethiopia, Honduras, Ukraine, Venezuela, Yemen, et cetera, et cetera. Now, Biden quadrupled the size of this program. So by the end of his term, approximately 1.4 million foreign nationals were protected from removal. Basically, they got sanctuary under TPS. Now, 1 million of those 1.4 were added by his DHS. Again, it's a total scam. A once limited humanitarian program was abused to become another effort to simply flood America with third world migrants. Now, one of them was Felix Bustia Diaz, a 49-year-old thug from Honduras who repeatedly raped his own 12-year-old grandniece. In 2024, he did this even with a criminal record, and he was given TPS status by Biden, even though he had a criminal record. Well, it's since been revoked. Then there was this TPS gem who has been hanging out here since 1998, Pedro Antonio Luna from El Salvador. He was also convicted of sexual assault of a minor child relative of his. He was granted TPS status in 2002. And even though it was terminated in 2007, he was only deported by Trump's DHS in April. That's how long they stay. Oh, and earlier this year, this keeps going, ICE arrested another TPS wonder named Christian Medrano Umanzor. He committed various drug crimes, resisted arrest, and felony illegally re-entering the U.S. after he was already deported. So, again, this is just a reset for all of you. This is who the Democrats and all the new socialist commies and all the runaway judges are protecting. They don't give a rat's you-know-what about you. They care about them. Remember, they want no one deported. I don't care who we're talking about, murderers, rapists. They want no one deported ever. That's how radical they are. But litigating all these cases takes time and money. And the left, it seems like they have a bottomless trough of open borders cash to fund their lawsuits. But the administration, frankly, it's been up to its ears. It's done a great job, though. Just this week, 2 more outrageous district court rulings against immigration enforcement came down. Again, they were by Biden and Obama judges. Now, none of us can be here tonight on our 250th anniversary and forget what will happen if the Democrats get back in power.
A stunning scene more reminiscent of a third world country than the United States. Over 10,000 migrants are crammed underneath the international bridge here after crossing illegally into the United States.
Yeah, well, those are prospective Democrats, right? Look, the floodgates are going to be open again, but this time they'll pack the court as well if they get back into power. Because they aren't getting the decisions they want out of this one. They got to expand the next one to what, 13, 17 justices? Democrats know this, that without millions of new indigent foreigners flooding the system who will then go to public schools and be indoctrinated there, their lousy ideas do not stand a chance. But thankfully, for now at least, we have a Supreme Court that has affirmed a president's constitutional and statutory authority to defend American sovereignty. And that is the angle.
What do you think?
That was awesome.
Any thoughts? Any other thoughts before I get on to the next clip?
We've been talking about this for so long.
That's right.
So I got a question for you. I do have a question.
Okay.
Thankfully, for now at least.
Where do you think this goes with birthright?
I know you had a more I know you had a different view about where that was headed, but this signals to me that it's headed in the direction that we want.
You know, I can only go by the orals, and the orals, all the justices pushed back that the executive order wasn't the right avenue to do this.
The wording?
But they really did have concerns over birth tourism. So I think there'll be a carve out for that.
Okay, so I was going to say my concern with that was that it might need to be presented in a totally other case that's reworded. That
I think it'll come up
specifically
again,
addresses that.
but what they're basically saying is the executive order wasn't the right avenue, that this is a congressional question, namely a congressional, a constitutional amendment.
Are they wrong?
No,
I don't think so either.
no, they're not. They're not wrong.
That it should have been addressed a long time ago.
It should have been, but they've purposefully tweaked around. They've never asked the question directly.
And in the off chance that there might be one or two of you out there that are not familiar with the term birther tourism, you're going to see Eddie
Birth
Block
tourism,
out there.
that's the Japanese are doing it the most.
Yeah.
By the way,
they've monetized
birthright citizenship.
Yeah, giving birth. Traveling to America to give birth so that their child has the fortunes of being able to be considered American or have dual citizenship.
Status.
Right.
So what they're doing is they're sending these women, pregnant women, to the U.S. and they're putting them up in tourism hotels.
Yeah.
And once the baby is born, they go back. So it's called birth tourism, which all of the justices had a problem with. But equally as important is they all questioned the avenue of using an executive order to change a constitutional principle. So the carve out is that the Constitution never detailed birth tourism. At least that's how I see it coming.
See which country?
The Japanese are taking most advantage of it right now.
Yeah,
but you're seeing it with Chinese. You're seeing it mostly Asian countries, but there's others.
Birth tourism. Which country takes most advantage of birth tourism? And I should have said in America. Says here. I should have said in U.S.
Yeah, please understand that this issue is not strictly a U.S. issue. This is happening around the world.
Yeah. Industry scale organization, organized industry in China with hundreds of companies. Oh, they're companies that actually.
They're tours.
Yeah, wow. Chinese government sources cited 10,000 Chinese nationals giving birth in the U.S. in 2012 alone, up from 4,200 in 2008.
But notice how old the data is. The data itself, they stopped collecting it. That's already your hint.
Oh, wow.
Or at least they don't publish it.
Yeah, Russia and Japan are up there. I'm sorry, China and Japan are up there. Russia as well. They have maternity hotels in South Florida catering to Russian clients. South Korea.
It isn't just Florida. They're also over in the Midwest.
Yeah.
California. The issue has been around. It's not a new issue. It's been around for a very long time.
South Korea, Taiwan, Nigeria, Turkey,
Mostly
Brazil,
Asia.
Mexico. So you're not wrong, Eddie Block. Yeah, China's definitely on that list as well.
Yeah, I told you China's on the list. Japan tends to be higher, but what it basically does is it creates a cottage industry for pregnant women to get the dual citizenship, and the court spent a lot of time during orals on that. So but when it came to the executive order and what they said, changing the definition of birthright, they pretty much universally said the EO wasn't the right way to go. So that said, I think the EO fails, but there will be a carve out over birth tourism, which is still a big deal, by the way.
Yeah, of course it is. No, of course it is.
What that says is you can come here pregnant all you want. You don't leave with an American citizenship. You don't leave with an American birth certificate.
Yeah, no, that's
Which
well said.
I never understood why they did anyway, because you're here on a tourist visa, right? You're already a tourist visa. So your baby is by definition at birth a tourist. But they played with that. And they've been doing it for several decades. I mean, this is not a new issue.
Yeah.
So it is something that's needed, and I agree with it. I also think they're right when they say that the executive order wasn't the right avenue. Now, that said, I think the purpose of bringing it up under birthright citizenship was to highlight the fact that we have a need to fix this issue.
Oh, absolutely.
It is the original congressional debate over this amendment was not. They were squarely against what we see happening. So there is, but it's interesting because the Library of Congress took that down.
I got this. I'm just the biggest Clarence Thomas fan.
I love Clarence Thomas.
I know
his wife is equally just
she's a spitfire.
Just as much of a national treasure, I'll tell you.
She is. I worry that he's on his way out. I worry that he's ready to retire.
But you do get to an age, right?
Yeah,
he's not a young.
No, but I think he understands how pressing his presence is right now. And again, in my opinion, this is the best Supreme Court in my lifetime.
Yeah,
this Supreme Court.
Well, what I'm seeing, and because people have been saying that the court is corrupt and it's captured, and I've followed the court my entire career, 35 years doing this, and I've never seen that example. Just because you don't like the opinion that comes out, and most people don't read them, doesn't mean the court is corrupt. That said, I think it's kind of good that Ketanji's on the court. Because she's such a dipshit.
Yeah.
That everybody else looks like a friggin' Rhodes Scholar.
Yeah.
So
she's not bright.
She is not. No. Oh my God. When they're in orals and they're correcting her on the bench, which you never hear that happen.
Alito did that today. God, it was great. Supreme Court Justice wonderful. Clarence Thomas is being praised nationwide for this based line in his opinion today, supporting President Trump ending the migrant invasion. Get a load of this.
Give me liberty or give me death. That devotion has driven the great achievements and heroism of Americans in the 250 years since. Think of the frontiersmen who settled the West. Think of the families who built their little towns on the prairies. Think of the women who raised their children to love God and country and sent them off to fight wars. It is a devotion expressed in the final sentence of the Declaration, the willingness to do anything for our principles that has throughout American history been most indispensable. It is that devotion that we are missing today, and that we must find in our hearts if this nation is to endure.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas putting a spotlight on America's founding principles in a powerful speech.
So he says, I join the opinion of the court in full. I write separately to address two more fundamental problems with the Myatt respondents' suit. First, their equal protection claim, while meritless under the court's precedents, was also beyond the district court's jurisdiction. Second,
because it's unreviewable.
Because it's exactly. Second, even assuming jurisdiction authority, the equal protection claims fails for the additional reason that, quote, aliens have no equal protection rights against the federal government.
You're not a citizen. That's a citizen right.
That's
it's not
right.
an alien.
So due
and I'm wrong. The unreviewable part is another case. Yeah. What he's talking about there is you're not even on American soil.
Right.
You don't get due process.
Yeah. Which that was the argument. The opposition's argument was, don't immigrants have due process? No. No, they're not Americans.
No, but you've had judges like Ketanji Brown that have been giving them due process.
Right. SCOTUS just handed two massive immigration wins. Let me just make sure we're all caught up. Okay, good. This video reviews recent Supreme Court rulings regarding immigration policy, asylum rules, and temporary protected status. TPS. We also look ahead to the end of the Supreme Court term, breaking down pending cases on birthright, citizenship, federal election procedures, and executive branch authority. It's going to be with Matt Morris. And then that'll wrap up the Supreme Court segment for tonight.
Because there's so much more. There's so much more exciting.
I've got so much more. I want to get into the DSA/communism segment. I got one dedicated to NGOs and fraud, and something else with elections.
That's getting nice and juicy, isn't it?
Which one?
The NGOs and
yes,
fraud.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Act Blue and USAID right now is on. Continues to be in the hot seat, but
Act Blue is in big. I mean, those people are in
huge trouble right now.
Right,
the fact that they're not handing over documents, I think, was the
right. But there's a bigger issue because those monies that they're blocking into the mortgages, for example, that's foreign money. If any of those entities are on the OFAC list,
right,
that's aid and comfort.
And
people who made those transactions are in big trouble.
And again, I called this weeks ago. Sorry to keep repeating it, but I said every day I will report on something new in the arena of fraud being exposed and people being arrested on a daily basis, every single day. And guess what?
Some days you can't keep up.
And guess what? I've got plenty of examples of fraud being just today, guys, or still today. Where
you got 6 minutes.
Where an illegal immigrant from Honduras just got 8 years in prison for a $38 million payroll tax fraud scheme. So I told you, every day you're going to see something in fraud, somebody being arrested and being exposed.
Are you seeing how the CARES Act from 2020 was the trap?
Yep. Yes.
Remember when Mnuchin, Barr both of them came out and said, if you committed fraud, we got you.
We got you, right?
And here we are. I mean, it's taken a while, but look at what they're uncovering. Because what's important is not just the individual committing the fraud, but the systemic issue that created the opportunity.
That's right. Yes.
So this is even better than they would have done in 2020.
And listen, and there's still going to be a couple people out there that think not enough is being done. It's not happening fast enough. To those of you out there that might think that, here's what I would say. And this is a quote that I've kind of developed on my own, but each of our individual wants and needs are not mission requirements.
Right.
So my question to that would be,
fair is not a word you should be talking about and stuff like this, right?
And my question to that would be, okay, then what's the mission? The mission is ultimate victory, I guess.
No, the mission is systemic cleanup so that we can sustain. Because it's not just ultimate victory, it's the ability to sustain it.
Yeah.
What good is it if we get a win and it's reversed in 3 years?
Great point.
If we can't sustain this, this is all for nothing.
Yeah. And yeah, so that's what I would say to that. And to keep this in mind too, and that is if you subscribe to the drops, then great. If you don't, that's fine too. Okay. I've never tried to push, even though I subscribe to them. Yes, they resonate with me and I think they're applicable for sure. Okay. But if you don't, that's fine. But if you do, I would remind you of a certain post that says the end won't be for everyone. So I would
and 4 to 6 are lost forever.
And 4 to 6% lost forever. So reconcile that however you want and whatever that means to you. To me, that means that only confirms the notion that my wants and needs are not mission requirements. And I
think a lot of people tend to be myopic, to be very honest. And I'm not throwing shade at anybody, but people tend to be myopic and they see the right here.
Yep.
You know, and they don't see either how it got here, or what happens next here, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So, and if you can't,
it's a good word for it.
If you can't take the history, translate it into what you're watching, you're never going to see what you do in the long term to prevent that from happening again.
Yeah, Feisty, that was...
You've got to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was fire.
Did I do good again?
God, that was
I did good again.
perfectly said, Feisty. Damn it. Shit.
Why
Sorry.
are you saying damn it then?
No, that was damn good. Okay? Well said.
You crack me up.
Anyways, here's some Matt Morris report for you.
To end them and that status.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and ask all of you what I personally believe to be a very basic question. What exactly does the word temporary mean? Does the word temporary mean permanent? Does it mean everlasting? No, of course not.
Gotcha, bitch.
That's what it means to me. It's gotcha, bitch. Shout out to Lobster Mobster with a phone call. Says this is the best movie I have ever.
Look at his meme of those three justices.
I have ever watched. But I refuse to watch this 10-year movie ever again. All right, that's fair, Lobster Mobster. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is a perfect meme for a meme commercial for Viagra right there. Perfect.
Temporary means temporary. It means short term, impermanent, not everlasting. That is what temporary means. And everyone with a functioning brain inside of their head knows this to be the case. But well, folks, here's the problem. We currently have 3 justices, as they're called, sitting on our great Supreme Court who actually don't have a functioning brain.
That's fair. Shout out to Highway Dog who says, Feisty Cap, more people need to understand what you just said right there.
Thank you.
You might need to repeat that more often. Hey, Highway Dog knows exactly.
How about if I make a meme for that?
Somebody needs to go back and clip it. And Highway Dog knows exactly what I'm talking about. Highway Dog knows that I am a big proponent in repetition. Not to the point of being obnoxious, but relentless. And I do believe that repetition is how you get things to sink in through people. But there is a fine line between, with being repetitive.
Repetition and obnoxious.
But not being obnoxious about it. There is a fine line with doing that. But I do believe firmly that that's how you get people to remember things, especially when it comes to terms, the meanings of, all these 3 and 4 letter agencies. Repetition is the best way to get them to remember things. That's how I've come to remember a lot.
Side of their heads. In fact, I want you to take a look at something here.
Right,
in a stunning 6-3 Supreme Court victory for the Trump administration and all of us Americans, far-left Supreme Court Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson argued that the word temporary in the phrase temporary protected status actually means permanent. That is what they argued, I kid you not. Anonymous reports from inside of Washington, D.C. are suggesting that not a single one of these justices actually knows how to read. Now, ladies and gentlemen, jokes aside, let's go ahead and break down really in detail all of today's massive Supreme Court victories. Breaking news. President Trump this morning scored 2 major immigration victories at the Supreme Court. In one ruling, the court says that migrants turned away at the border before entering the United States cannot apply for asylum because they haven't legally arrived inside of our country. Folks, yes, under the Biden administration, we had illegal immigrants applying for asylum status while they were still in their home country. They didn't even make it they weren't even in the U.S. They'd never even been here. Let alone some of them didn't even walk up to the border. They were applying for asylum status from back down in Guatemala or wherever the hell they came from. Guess what? That's not how it works. As of this morning, it is shut down. In another, the justices, the Supreme Court justices, well, at least 6 of them have officially determined that Haitian and Syrian migrants with temporary protected status cannot keep those protections in place through a court order while they challenge the Trump administration's effort to end them and that status and deport them. These 2 rulings today hand Trump a significant victory as his administration moves to tighten asylum rules and reshape American immigration policy. First off, dogs and cats and geese and ducks all around the United States of America are rejoicing at today's news. You all heard on the 2024 campaign trail, Trump said they're eating the cats and the dogs. Guess what they were? They were snatching up people's cats and dogs, going to the park downtown, snatching up ducks and geese from the local pond, bringing them back home, having Haitian barbecues. So cats and dogs today are rejoicing we can get rid of them. Now, check this out. Let's really break this down. Now that President Trump can officially revoke and deport all of these third world TPS, temporary protected status recipients, handed out like Willy Wonka chocolate bars during the Biden administration, we are now, as of this morning, officially able to get rid of how many? 350,000 Haitians and over 6,000 Syrians that were led into this country by the Otto Penn administration. This is a massive victory for the country. If you ask me, we don't need them here. We don't want them here. We never wanted them here. And now we have the legal right, thank you to the Supreme Court, to get rid of them. Guess what? Permanent means permanent. I'm sorry, temporary. Well, that's true. Temporary means temporary. Permanent means permanent. Temporary is not permanent. And now we have the concrete confirmation coming out of the Supreme Court. Now, folks, although today is, as a matter of fact, an absolutely massive day in the Supreme Court, 2 massive immigration victories, a day that all of us should be celebrating, and we are. Today's a good day. We actually have an even bigger day in the Supreme Court coming up here on the very near horizon in the very near future. Now, we're going to break down exactly why I say that, but first, do me a favor, hit that like button, make sure to subscribe and follow on YouTube, Rumble, we're on Spotify, we're on Apple iTunes. Go drop a 5-star review over there. And hey, go check out the MorseReport.com to buy some Morse Report, Morse Force merch, and check out our weekly White Pill newsletter. But folks, with that out of the way, I've got something I want you to take a look at. We got the confirmation this morning. The Supreme Court, after they released all of their rulings this morning, they then said this: the Supreme Court has scheduled an opinion issuance day for this upcoming Monday, June 29th. As of this moment, there are still 8 individual pending cases remaining for this Supreme Court term. Then they're going on recess. Okay, the Supreme Court term is ending. It could end Monday if they release all 8 of these pending cases. The Supreme Court will also issue its cleanup order list and is likely to decide whether to take up several major appeals. So they're going to release the 8 pending cases they've got and then determine which cases they're going to take up next. And then they're going on vacation. Okay, summer vacation for the Supreme Court. Now, let's go and break this down. Let's go ahead and talk about, out of these 8 pending Supreme Court cases, are we excited? What are we going to be getting? What are they going to be talking about here? Well, a couple big cases here that really impact all of us. One really massive one. The first one we'll mention, the constitutionality of birthright citizenship for children born in the United States to illegal, alien, or otherwise non-citizen parents. Birthright citizenship. They're going to be potentially, odds are, releasing their opinion on the constitutionality of birthright citizenship this upcoming Monday, June 29th. Another one, whether or not individual states can continue accepting and counting ballots in federal elections after voting day. Folks, you've got states like Oregon, Washington, California. We all just saw what happened in California. Let's say voting day is on Tuesday. Well, California, they keep on accepting votes and counting votes on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's like, hold up, wait a minute. Voting day, election day, it's one day, not week, not month, not election year, not election decade, as maybe the Democrats would like it to be. No, election day. We're going to get that opinion coming out of the Supreme Court also potentially Monday. What's more, whether or not the president of the United States of America and who is the head of the executive branch does in fact or does not in fact have the unilateral authority to fire federal employees. As you know, Trump's been trying to fire. In fact, he has already fired a lot of people, got people to resign, given them resignation packages. In fact, right now, our federal workforce is the smallest, the lowest it's been since 1966. You want to talk about draining the swamp? Trump has done that. Lowest, smallest federal workforce right now because of Trump's mass firings and layoffs and resignation packages since 1966. But of course, liberal judges, Far left, radically progressive judges, they don't like this. They want a massive, bloated, bureaucratic federal workforce. When of the Supreme Court. Okay, so they're going to issue that ruling here on Monday, potentially Monday. And the final really big case that I'm looking forward to here is whether or not transgender athletes can compete in sports. If you're a male to female transgender athlete competing in high school sports, can you compete with the females, with the actual real females or not? That is also coming out of the Supreme Court here, potentially or as early as Monday. So, folks, let's have a little bit of a talk. Perhaps the biggest opinion coming through the Supreme Court pipeline here, perhaps as soon as Monday, June 29th, is, of course, the constitutionality of birthright citizenship. Not to downplay the importance of the other ones, but this is the big one. And I just want to be honest with all of you, okay? Let's go ahead and have an adult, realistic, we live in reality, let's have an adult conversation. This case is a long shot. In fact, right now, if you go check the betting odds are right about 20-1. Okay, what does that mean? 5% chance that we win this one, that we shut down this birthright citizenship loophole as it has been abused for decades now. 20-1. Okay, so here's what I want to tell you folks. Let's have a little bit of a talk here before anyone panics or before anyone has a meltdown. If birthright citizenship is not ended outright by the Supreme Court this Monday or otherwise in the near future, guess what? We still have an emergency backup plan to shut down birthright citizenship. The Supreme Court here is not our final option. But as
He's
some
right.
of you...
Sorry, you nodded your head to that.
He's right.
He's right, okay.
might have guessed already, this emergency backup option beyond the Supreme Court, guess what? It involves the Senate activating the nuclear option, going nuclear, terminating the 60-vote filibuster, that is to say, and ultimately doing that to amend the 1952 Immigration and Nationality Act.
Right.
Doing this, we could permanently, technically classify all non-citizen foreigners, students, tourists, guest workers, vacationers here in the United States, as being entirely under the political jurisdiction of their home countries, not under the jurisdiction thereof the United States of America, in accordance with the 14th Amendment, and therefore making their children, should they give birth to them on U.S. soil, ineligible for United States citizenship. So yes, the current birthright citizenship case that is in front of the Supreme Court is undeniably, it's a long shot. I'm not going to lie to any of you about this. But as we just laid out, even if the Supreme Court makes the wrong decision here and upholds this birthright citizenship loophole here, which obviously was not the original intent of this subsection of the 14th Amendment, of course not. In fact, the original drafter of this section of the 14th Amendment said actually that foreigners are not going to be getting citizenship in the way that an American child does. He specifically said, guess what? We still have a chance. Even if the Supreme Court makes the incorrect decision. And all it would take is a Republican Senate majority. Really, all it would take is 50 of them, plus a vice presidential tiebreaker. All it would take is a Republican Senate majority that is actually willing to stand up, grow a spine, and put not only America first, but all of us Americans first. That is what it would take. That is our emergency backup, just in case the Supreme Court makes a terrible decision this upcoming Monday or in the...
Yep.
So can I talk about the backup plan?
Yeah, please.
And they would need to get rid of the filibuster so you have a simple majority. But it gets back to the law that actually will bring about the argument that I just told you about when I said the Library of Congress removed the original debate over this amendment. So what it would do is it would force a discussion over that amendment, right? Over the 14th.
Okay.
Okay. And what that means is it will force a discussion as to what the law originally intended. It's not, it may have to go through a constitutional amendment just to codify it. But if you take the original debate that they had when this amendment was being passed, it was clear they didn't intend it to go off the the rails like it has.
Right.
If they bring it up under the 1958 law, because that law codified it, right? And they can bring it up over the original context of the amendment when it first passed.
Okay.
So because it's in that law, they do have an avenue. What are the chances? Right now, you've got too many obstructionists. Do I think it happens? It could very well happen.
Okay.
It is going to need, I think, some constitutional language. That's my opinion. But I would rather see them kind of trim around the edges, because I have a concern about going to the constitutional amendment process, because you can bet your bottom dollar the left has their constitutional amendments, and they never word them with their full intent, right?
Right.
So I have a concern about a constitutional amendment process. And right now, things like national, the NPV, the National Public Vote, are really designed to undermine that. So I'm just saying, be cautious, but they can have the debate under that law, because they did discuss that in that law.
And I would say too, and I get it too, Slyant, I get it, who says not to be a Debbie Downer, but good luck with the Senate doing anything. On that note, Slyant, keep in mind, just last night,
we had two turn.
Trump even posted it, and this was after his, and I said this in the beginning of the show, that this happened right after Trump had that meeting with the Senate.
Let me ask a question.
Where he said the Senate just changed its vote on Iran from 50 to 48 against to 50 to 47 for. Trump highlighting that's no small thing.
So let me ask a question. What do you think he held over those guys?
You know what? I've been racking my mind around that all day, and I can't think of.
There's something he held over them.
There's something he held over the.
Yeah, and I have a feeling it goes back to why they don't want FISA. That's why I was explaining that earlier. There's foreign influence in the Senate. We know this already. This is not rocket science. But do you think maybe he said, I got this communication, you either vote this or else?
I got that. Yeah.
Trump is not beyond playing hardball. You already know that.
Oh, yeah. Got Bill Cassidy, guys. You got Bill
Cassidy, who now absolutely despises him because he didn't get reelected.
Yes. The fact that you got Bill Cassidy to flip a bitch tells me that something is being leveraged.
Right.
And
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
In all honesty, I think it is more likely than not Trump played hardball.
I couldn't agree more. All right, now I got to show everybody something before we get into our next topic. Two quick things. Shout out to Scotty Jennings. In just under a minute, Scott Jennings delivered a masterful breakdown of why Republicans are winning the argument heading into the midterms. Caitlin Collins was forced to sit there and listen to every single word of it.
How many of you cheer when Caitlin Collins can't say shit?
Oh, I know I do. Love it.
You know, that arrogant little brat, I swear.
Yes. Oh, gosh. But check this out.
Look, gas prices are not up. They're down. Below $4 a gallon nationally. Oil's trading at $71 a barrel. We don't run the gas price tracker on the screen anymore for a reason. You know, I mean, it's because it's a non-story. The pool was vandalized. You keep bringing up the pool. It was vandalized by people who were so broken-brained about our politics, they went out there and vandalized the pool. It's in the court documents, which you can read yourself today. And as it relates to costs, the Republicans cut taxes. Working people all over this country got major tax refunds. We have a booming job market. We have a stock market that's up. Right now, we have an economy that's on the upswing because of Republican policies. And we've got insane Democrats winning primaries, promising socialism all over this country. Those are the facts, and that's the argument that will be carried to the election. Look, gas prices are not up.
Scotty Jennings. That's being played on on CNN, guys. So even not just Caitlin Collins is forced to hear it, but CNN viewers are forced to hear it. Do not underestimate.
I know more than a few that need to hear that
That's
3 or
right.
4 or 5 times, right?
Do not underestimate what we are watching. This is from Overton News in real time. CNN just dropped a stunning number. Feisty. There's now a 66% chance that 6 or more Democrat House incumbents lose their primaries in 2026.
That is absolutely true.
This is the remaking of the modern Democrat Party. The socialists are attempting to burn the entire thing down and start over. Check.
What did I tell you?
Yes, I know. Oh,
I've been
I
saying
know.
this since 2019.
I know.
This is intentional,
They
guys.
were already spiraling before this. The fact that you're now remaking the entire Democrat Party at this moment, that's not a this to be the
That's
worst
what I said.
time
Go
to do
back
that.
and look at what caused the Whigs to become the Republicans and glean from that. Because the same destruction that they used for that, they're using now. They're repeating it. Story's a little different, but the same mechanisms in play. And I've been saying this since 2019. The intent is to destroy the party under its own weight. Why? Because for years, in order to get the vote, they brought in illegals. Many of those illegals ended up being communists. They saddled up with the communists because they wanted the vote. That was more important. Well, now they've transversed into potentially treasonous activity.
Yep. And you got
we can only allege it right now, but damn, think about Act Blue.
Yeah.
I don't think that's even a question because it's a major case.
Yeah, and you got much of the old guard that's getting weaned out.
They're getting weaned out.
And replaced with DSA.
And keep in mind, it's not
communists.
because they may be complicit. The old guard's being weaned out too because they were weak.
Yep.
If you can't stand up to your oath, you got to go.
Yeah. So then they don't really have today's Democrat Party doesn't really have a whole cast of characters that are willing to put themselves on the chopping block. So what's the next best approach? You're gonna have to march out people who are willing to consider themselves
willing to break glass by the fact that they are no longer even saying they're progressive.
Right. Yes. So check this out.
In terms of how many more incumbents might go, what are the prediction markets saying?
Yeah, if you take a look at the Kalsher prediction market, we have already seen 4 incumbents, 4 House Democratic incumbents lose so far. How about the chance that 6+ House Democratic incumbents lose their primaries in 2026? Look at this. According to Kalsher, a 66% chance.
Don't you
the
love that
highest in the
number?
21st century before this year and the non-census year was just 3. We're talking about a real chance it will double that previous record.
In terms of how many more?
Wow, that's a big number. Damn.
It'll be the largest bleed in recent history.
Yeah, that's wow.
And it's going to take, keep in mind that most African Americans voted for Nixon. And after the Watergate coup, those same African Americans voted Democrat and have done so since then. Now you're going to watch a major shift back. And what was the story? Wait till the information comes out about Haiti. And what were we told? They will they will leave the Democrat Party forever. So there's more coming, guys. A lot more coming.
Oh, and by the way,
that Tuberville one is so good.
I'm thinking about playing that one next. By the way, Trump is even reporting on this or sharing this out now as of 3 hours ago, guys. Lindell TV breaking: Dominion Voting drops lawsuit against Mike Lindell. The company formerly known as Dominion Voting Systems, now operating as Liberty Vote, has agreed to dismiss its $1.3 billion
So do you remember who Liberty
defamation.
Vote is?
Yeah, he's a Republican, so-called Republican.
He's a Republican, so that was an actual takeover, right?
I've always questioned it because I kind of
It
had
was a hostile takeover.
weird feelings about the guy, but
You may have, but it was a hostile takeover.
Yeah.
So now Dominion is operating in a manner that's more corporately aligned with the law. To have them throw this out is a big deal.
Yeah. That's right. Huge deal. So again, it was dismissed. The $1.3 billion defamation lawsuit was dismissed against Mike Lindell and MyPillow, but that's not the only bombshell. Released alongside this news at PJ Colbeck, Colbeck's Election Crime Bureau has unveiled what it calls a historic evidence dossier on the 2020 election. No way.
We knew that was coming.
800 plus pages, 824 findings, 2,517 citations, 5 years of compiled research, Feisty, court records, sworn testimony, government documents, and technical forensics. The report, titled The 2020 Election, an Attack upon U.S. Critical Infrastructure. You don't say. Details 10 alleged...
So wait a minute, before you go any further, U.S. critical infrastructure, you know that it is considered a national security?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
It's a level 1, right?
Yep.
So level 1 gets you what? It even gets you the military. Hello.
So this apparently this details 10 alleged attack vectors involving voting systems, election records, excuse me, certification processes, holy crap, information control, foreign interference, and more. Foreign interference? National security? People have been told, quote, for years there is, quote, no evidence. This report does not ask you to trust us. It asks you to read the evidence, check the citations, and decide for yourself. Big time. Mike Lindell says anyone that ever says there's no evidence, this is like a library. It's a historical library with 100% evidence that backs each and everything up.
Sorry.
And there was a video that goes with that too. Oh, he's got Tina Peters. He's posting Tina Peters.
Yeah, I just saw that.
And this is what I wanted to get to.
I still think she's a federal witness.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I'm confident of that.
But this is what I ultimately wanted to get to. He posted this.
19 million barrels passed through.
I hate it when it does that. All right. He posted this from JFK about an hour ago. It's about 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Let's see if I can.
Communism is so often described as an ideology or a belief that exists somewhere other than in the United States. Let me ask you, sir, just how serious a threat to our national security are these communist subversive activities in the United States today?
Well, I think they're serious. I think it's a matter that we should continue to give great care and attention to. We should support the laws which the United States has passed in order to protect us from those who would destroy us from within. We should sustain the Department of Justice in its efforts and the FBI, and we should be continually alert. I think if the United States is maintaining a strong society here in the United States, I think that we can meet any internal threat. The major threat is external and will continue.
For we are opposed around the world by a
monolithic, ruthless conspiracy.
I never heard that previous one before.
I have.
That was interesting. But Trump posted that for a reason.
There's a reason why he posted it, because it's not a threat that's new. It's a threat that for our entire history, the reason for the revolution, our entire history, we've been dealing with foreign intrusion. And it's a stark reminder and a cautionary thought, if you will, that we will always be dealing with and trying to combat foreign intrusion.
Right.
Reagan said it too. Freedom is always one generation away from extinction.
Right.
We have to constantly remind ourselves why our country is important and fight for her.
Right.
But to do that, we've got to overcome decades of programming where we don't even say the Pledge of Allegiance.
What?
We don't take civics classes. I'm
civics,
dumbfounded at how many people I come across that don't know the Constitution. And I think that's something all of us can do. Doesn't take long to pull it up and read it.
No, that's right. Yeah, you shouldn't expect other people to know your rights better than you know your rights. That is, I couldn't agree more. So,
Carvel.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
right.
Duppy. It's your turn, Duppy.
Before that one, this is the DSA co-chair, Democratic Socialists of America co-chair. I would, anytime I hear DSA, I just instantly think violent.
Yeah.
Let me summarize.
Well, we know Hezbollah and Hamas.
That's right.
Were brought in by them.
Yep.
We proved that months and months ago.
So let me
almost a year ago now.
Let's summarize what this guy says in this video. We're using the Democratic Party as a ballot access vehicle, not because we share its goals. We build our own organization, get elected under the Democratic label. Let's caucus with the Democrats when it's, useful to us. Let's push our own agenda, and we'll do it from the inside. We see the Democratic establishment as an obstacle, not a home.
Before you play that, for a lot of people, it might be helpful if they went back to the McCarthy era.
Mm-hmm.
It was entered into the congressional record, the goal of the communists. And this was one of them. They were always going to be a parasite. They were always going to use our own laws against us. They were always going to do it this way. And so you have to question the reason behind the hard right or the hard left that the party took. It's because they started to gain a major foothold. In fact, there is a book called The Enemy Within, and it's written by a guy from New Zealand, of all places.
But it's going to be interesting to see how many of them of the blue team stick around for this. Do you know what I mean?
I think a lot of them are retiring, which is good, but I don't know that you can, because once this implosion happens and they rebrand themselves, then you're talking 2028, and we're talking several generations before they rebound. Just like it happened with the Whigs to the Republicans. It was a while before we rebound.
Sure. I'm okay with them doing that. You want to know why? Well, I should rephrase this. I'll be okay with them doing it if and when we secure elections.
Mm-hmm.
If that happens, then I would even see it as a good litmus test.
Well, I'm going to remind you that in 2024, we won.
Mm-hmm.
They may be winning in the primaries in the state, or seemingly winning. But we did win a national election in 2024 without any of these fixes in place.
Mm-hmm.
So things have changed.
Yeah. And I mean, if I wanted to bring us closer to a so-called precipice, yeah, I would absolutely have not just the enemy, but the enemy's enemy win a primary. Especially because
it sure does energize either you leave the Democrat Party or you're going, oh hell no, right?
That contributes to a precipice. Is a primary,
which is why I kept bringing up the brackets.
That gets them inside the tent.
If you look at the Q post regarding the March Madness, he puts out a post saying, "What are the tweets that Trump put out?" And we were supposed to fit that into brackets and work through.
Yeah.
A March Madness.
Right.
And it came down to communism versus a republic. And that's where we're at.
That's where we're at.
When were most of the primaries? In March and April. So, I'm just saying, and Trump put it out so perfectly in his post. I've been preparing for this for a long time.
That's right. Yes.
So for those that think we're watching a show, think again. You don't prepare for a show that's already done.
That's right. Oh, I love that. Thank you, Highway Dog, for the cookie. Feisty Cat, I think I already read that one. Thank you, Krista, with the cookie. God bless this emergency. Go nuclear option. Well said, Krista. You guys are crushing it out there. Thank you all for the gold pill love. And thank you to Sean Joe again with yet another cookie. Let's see. Who's on the leaderboard right now? Oh, we got Spin City News is in first place with 3.2K. In second place, we got the great Lobster Mobster with 2.4K. And in third place, we have Just Fed Up with 1.6K gold bills. Guys, shout out to Spin City, Lobster Mobster, Just Fed Up, and then Good Dog just showed up with a pair of banger shades. Says great show. God bless you, Good Dog. Appreciate you, friend. Good to see you. So shout out to Spin City, Lobster Mobster, and Just Fed Up. Also, for those of you listening on Pilled, please consider hitting that red pill if you could. There's definitely one way to support us. And everybody over in Rumble, please consider hitting that like. That is definitely one way to support us. And let's see if you guys are giving Pilled a run for their money. Right now, Rumble has how many likes? We got 100. Holy cow, we got 151 likes. Let's go, Rumble. Damn. Okay. Rumble's crushing it tonight. We got 416 people watching us over on Rumble. Wow. Thank you again.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, everybody over there on Rumble. And then shout out to everybody over in Pilled. We got... What do we got? Hey, we hit 100. We broke 100. All right. Listen to what this Nickel Nuts has to say.
Nickel Nuts.
Our candidates run as Democrats. We're on the Democratic Party ballot line. We contest the primaries. And when they're in the legislature, they're part of the Democratic Party caucus. But we don't agree with the way the Democratic Party establishment organizes or runs its party apparatus. And so we try to build independence by focusing on volunteer-led movement. We think that everyone should be able to be trained and to become someone who can participate in the political process. And we don't really think that Democratic Party campaigns in the establishment are run that way. And I think you really see that difference in the races like we're having tonight. And I think in terms of the agenda, there's a problem in the Democratic Party where they are funded by billionaire donors, and at the same time, they're trying to represent the working class. And in our opinion, you have to choose between the billionaire class and the working class. It's just impossible to satisfy all of them.
So there you have it, right out of the horse's mouth.
When you got to put your sparkling out there, you already lost the war.
There you have it, right out of the horse's mouth himself. And then you got James Carville. This is ground control, the Duppy. Come in, Duppy. This is ground control. You're going to want to hear this.
Don't you find it funny how his wife is a conservative?
I almost don't.
How do they live together?
I don't even believe it. I almost don't even believe it. Really?
She used to be a lot more vocal. She hasn't been vocal. She used to be a lot more vocal.
Oh, boy. Krista says, just end it right there, baby mustache.
Baby mustache.
You don't think?
Okay, that was good. That's 2 points for that one.
Yeah, you don't think? That just took the words right out of my mouth, Krista. I love when Krista gets feisty. Well, listen to what Carville has to say. I wonder if he's gonna be as welcoming to this new cast of characters into the tent. Let's find out, shall we?
Mr. Valiant, the New York Times reported, and I have the quote right here. I'll get to it. She is against.
M. Joseph says James Carville looks like how cat piss smells.
That's off all the views. She has attacked interracial relationships in the American flag. Lady, I ain't in the same party as you. I'm sorry. I just not. And I actually do think it's time for Democrats to talk the S word, schism. I really do. Everybody's always said, no, we're coalition, we're big tent. And there's just some shit that I can't be in the same tent with. And we talk about what Madame was 3 for 3 last night in Manhattan. They call it the Commie Corridor. Fine. Jason Crow's service PAC, Vote Bets, 10 for 11. You wouldn't know Jason Crow exists. Okay, No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know Abdel Sandberg exists. You wouldn't know. I want to be very specific. I understand the free press
full of shit
for being here because if they nominated David Duke or something like that, we'd be the same way. I understand all that. To the extent I understand the Times, because they are the New York Times, so they have to cover. They are the hometown newspaper. But the idea that we must neglect everything else that's going on, all of these other primaries, all the recruits Jason has, all huge, phenomenal successes we've had, and declare that the party is now under the control of the Democratic Socialists of New York City is insane. But and understand, these people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats, they wish Democrats poorly. So I just cannot. Maybe there's a way that you can say to, I guess Mandami is the leader of it, is, you insist that, try to insist that the people that run under your banner run as a Democratic Socialist and don't use the Democratic Party as your guideline, and let's negotiate the terms of a schism here. Maybe we can part under some kind of advantageous terms for both of us. But I'm done. I'm not in that fucking political party. I am totally comfortable in a political party that spends time questioning the policies of the government of Israel. In fact, I'm enthusiastic about that. I don't want to be in a political party that denies the right of the state of Israel to exist. That's just not. I just can't do that. I'm sorry. It's just not doable.
They are a great gift to Donald Trump.
So remember back in September when we found out, he's right though. Remember when we found out that they were going to use Israel as a wedge issue?
Who said
Was
that?
it on your bingo card?
No.
The communists, DSA.
Oh,
was
yes,
it on your
yes,
bingo
the
card that it was going to be a
report.
wedge issue within the Democrat
the
Party?
after action report following
Right.
Charlie Kirk's assassination. Yes.
Right. It didn't occur to me to think about how it was a wedge issue within the Democrat Party. How wonderful is it?
It's the gift.
Because you're taking a party that's already lost favor. It's already bleeding members.
This would be the
and you're
worst
going to
time to
blow
do
it up before you get to the election because of this Democrat Socialists versus the Democrats.
But you got the.
How much more can you splinter it?
But you must have the excuse me, you must have the DNC is endorsing this. Right?
Yeah.
So why would the DNC knowingly implode like that?
It gets back to why did Nancy Pelosi knowingly shift the party hard left?
I think it's because it's their way out.
Well, yeah, I do. And I think the intent was to cause this schism, as Carvel is talking about. I think it was designed to blow up this party. That was already communist. There used to be a Wikipedia page that showed all of the Democrat members of, it was all Democrats, all the members of Congress who were card-carrying members of the Communist Party USA. So that used to be a Wikipedia page. It got taken down, of course.
Of course it did.
But if you know these people are already sympathetic and enthusiastic members of the Communist Party USA, whether it's DSA or CPUSA, it doesn't matter. Then at what point do you make the decision we got to blow it up and start over? And I've always thought that that's where we were going.
But the why, the why.
Well, the why is their own doing.
Right. Well, we know it's probably multifaceted.
Well, it goes back to McCarthy.
Right.
They denied what McCarthy said. They denied that there was a communist problem. They denied Michelle Bachmann when she said, hey, there's Muslim Brotherhood in our government. Remember, this is all real stuff.
There is still a list. Hugh D. Lacey, 1945. Oh, this should be a much... Okay, here we go. There is still a list.
Is it on Wiki?
Yeah, I'm looking at one on Wikipedia right now, but I don't think it's been updated or anything.
Because when I went looking for it, I couldn't find it. It had been pulled.
Term
Maybe they
start January 2026. Louisa de Paula Santos, Massachusetts. This is a school committee at large, district at large. She is a card-carrying communist. Holy cow!
These lists have been carried for years. I remember the one from the Congress, and I want to say there was something near around 80 members of Congress were card-carrying members. I don't know what the list says today. You're gonna have to drop the link so we can look at it. But this list has been codified for years. They've been managing it, and then they took that page down.
Well, I think now we can just replace it with DSA, Democratic Socialists of America.
Well, you can't, because there's two parties. They're both the same thing, but there are two different parties. DSA is a more, I want to say they're more violent, more.
I agree.
But there's still two communist parties. Weather Underground, for example, which was violent, was CP USA.
CP?
Communist Party USA.
Oh.
You remember Weather Underground?
Yep. Yeah. They were.
And Gilbert,
pardoned.
his son got Cuomo to pardon Gilbert, remember?
Yep. Democratic Socialists of America government. All right, so I got a little bit more on this topic. I wonder which way the winds are going to blow with Fetterneck.
I have a feeling he leaves the party.
Will he break ranks?
I think he does.
Yeah, you guys.
He may also be the Pied Piper that leads the holdout Democrats over the finish line too. He could also be that person. That wouldn't surprise me.
It's becoming palpable in stark contrast more and more every day. Let's see. We got a couple more thank yous. After Good Dog's banger shades, we got the great Charlie 3 or 5, and I wonder if we got his stamp of approval tonight. Yeah, we got 3, 4, 5. There it is. We got Charlie's approval. Much love, Charlie. Good to see you out there, brother. Hope you're doing well. Thank you to No Thanks Joe with a cookie. No Thanks Joe says, good evening, America Rising.
Let me make a...
yeah, one sec. Thanks for keeping the overnight...
Ghost Tepper, that law, the communist law from 1954, that was ruled unconstitutional. That went to court.
No Thanks Joe says, thanks for keeping the overnight info freshly updated. I appreciate it for the wake up times. God bless. Be safe. All. Shout out to you. No Thanks Joe. Appreciate the message. The kind words. All right. Let's see what Fetterneck thinks.
Senator, what do you make of the newest members of your political party?
He had or has had massive growth on his neck at one point. The other Fetterneck, or other Fetterman, whatever happened to him, I don't know.
Whoever the other body was,
he's
right?
gone, because we got this new one here who's got a weird grin, and he doesn't need an iPad anymore, I guess. So
out of New York,
he had a chip or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Anyways, what did he say? What did he ask?
Senator, what do you make of the newest members of your political party coming out of New York?
Oh yeah. Absolutely. It was a huge night for the dirtbag left last night in New York.
What did he say?
York City, without a doubt. And then you have someone very, very special like that Chevalier, and someone that she's an avowed communist, and that she described America as an effing disgrace, and she has said terrible things on social media. So for me, that's what all these candidates have. They become more and more anti-Israel, and that's become the standard procedure now. If you want to get elected now as a Democrat now, hate on Israel and say the most strongest anti-Israel kinds of statements, and it's a perfect correlation between if you're going to be hating on Israel, become anti-Israel, you're also going to be anti-American, and these kinds of views, they're going to be anti-Western civilization and those kind of values, and you've seen that. And how these people now they have to delete these things because they can't defend their records and what they've just said on social media.
Wow. Yeah, I haven't decided, is he going to flip?
Yes.
Or is he going to be a Pied Piper?
My money is he eventually.
I think the chances are more that it'll flip, but is he going to be a Pied Piper? Because he is actually a voice of reason against those Kennedy Democrats.
Oh,
right?
I see what you're saying.
That are silent.
Do you think he could bring them back over?
Bring them back to where they need to be. I don't know. I don't know that answer.
No.
But I don't believe the Democrat Party, which it needs to go. For number one, I hate the term Democratic. They are not democratic.
Mm-hmm.
Using the term Democrat doesn't make them democratic.
Yeah, I know.
So they need a whole new name because people don't say that right.
Right.
That's just my opinion there. But God, it curls my skin when I hear them say the Democratic Party. Bullshit. They're not the Democratic Party.
Bullshit?
If they were Democratic, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this, right?
Q Eagle MD just dropped a $20 rumor. It says Feisty Cat in the house tonight from Q Eagle. Thank you so much, Q Eagle. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I always look for little indicators that they're.
When are you going to give me my video?
Which one?
Tuberville.
The what?
Tuberville. That was really a good video.
That's next. That's next. I promise.
Okay, you promise.
Yes.
Because that was a really good video. I want to see it again for the third time.
This isn't a video, but this is an indicator to me that they are in hyperspeed trying to.
Whoa. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, you're reading that right.
Holy crap.
No, that's Andrew Branca saying, you know what? Why settle at $25 an hour? Why don't you make the minimum wage $1,250 an hour?
So, do you know who Chris Murphy is?
Oh, yeah.
He was the guy standing on the stage in Ukraine threatening the Ukrainian government if they didn't let the riots continue, that they would lose government funding. Chris Murphy was standing right next to McCain. And Poroshenko came in, the commies came into government.
Yep.
So Chris Murphy is somebody that pisses his pants regularly.
Well, do you see this? He says he introduced legislation to require that the minimum wage be a living wage. $25 an hour is what's required.
Well, let's just get rid of all industry, right?
Full-time worker to pay their bills, and we shouldn't accept that full-time work leaves people living in poverty.
Braves Piano, don't worry, Feisty Cat. We will hold his feet to the fire and remind him.
I'm telling you, when she gets feisty herself, man, there's no stopping Krista.
I know. I absolutely love Krista.
Yeah.
And we're dangerous.
I always see the minimum wage thing as a big, strong indicator that they are trying to ramp this up into hyperspeed. Especially $25 an hour.
You can't even get to $10 an hour, so give me a break.
Oh, my gosh. That is,
and you're going to get people that are $25 an hour, and they're envisioning their cruise ships, right?
Well,
but the whole purpose of that, the opposite will happen. You're going to destroy industry.
Yes, thank you. That's what I was going to say.
But worse than that, guess what it does? Who's the first fallout?
Local businesses.
Youth employment tanks.
Yes. Yeah.
If I got to pay $25 an hour, I'm not going to bring in a 16-year-old who is learning how to be in the environment.
Right.
I'm going to bring in mom and dad who have a little bit of a work ethic.
Yeah.
Yeah, already built.
So this
So
is
youth unemployment. What happens? Let's take a page out of Saudi Arabia's book. That's what makes terrorists, guys.
Oh man. So this is
Saudi Arabia had 70-something%.
So this
youth
is
unemployment.
Damn.
Well, yeah, no, it's corrected.
Okay.
When the Wahhabis were kicked out of government, when King Salman ascended to the throne in 2014, that was the first thing. In fact, the Counterterrorism Extremism Center that Kushner and MBS set up, that is staffed by those youth that couldn't get a job for years. But that's what creates the terrorists, because you lock them out of a job. You remember when you were 16 or 17, did you have a work ethic?
Not like I do today.
Not like you do today.
No.
And if you've got to pay that kind of money per hour, who are you going to bring in? 16-year-old you got to teach to do a job?
Yeah.
Or somebody that's had to learn
Let's be honest. This is intended to destroy a small business. That's what it's intended to do. Look at what's going on in Seattle.
What's the engine of the economy? Hello,
Small
people.
business.
The engine of small business.
Yeah. So,
but that's what I'm getting at. And so if I've got to pay that, I'm not going to bring in the youth. That creates a youth unemployment issue, which creates radicalization.
Yep.
If I can stay in business, I'm not going to be a mom and pop down on Main Street.
Yeah.
And so you're already given up to the big box that are already captured in the fascist move, where the government gives you the illusion of ownership, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, just follow that path. And Chris Murphy, sit on it and twist, because you make me sick.
Yeah. And again, I don't suspect this is like something that he particularly wants. This is what I think is he's doing what he's told.
Well, yeah, because he completely flamed out in Ukraine.
Yeah, that's self-destructive. What he's doing right here is very self-destructive.
Just remember where McStain went.
Yeah.
He's still trying to find the air conditioner, by the way.
And Lady Graham, by the way.
And Lady Graham.
And then I'm going to bypass this, but this was that clip of...
No, I want to see that. Don't bypass it.
Oh, you want to see this? Maxine Waters
I want to see her. I want to see her turn pale, because that would be a move. Ashen, maybe pale. Meh.
She gets hammered in this one, called out on the floor for having a relationship with the one and only Fidel Castro. Everybody,
right?
Thank you, Krista, with a cookie.
She did not see that one coming at all.
Krista says, I would love to see senators and representatives make the minimum wage that matches their state, have regular performance reviews by their constituents, and pay deductions for any stupid moves they make. Oh, wait.
I like to pay deductions.
That's every move that they do make. But
I was going to say they'd have no paycheck.
It probably will never happen. Listen, Feisty, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this to you, but I gotta say this. There's one thing that I would love, two things that I think should happen to all congressmen and senators, mayors, governors,
public officials.
Public officials. If you get paid with tax dollars, I believe this is number one. And if you can pull close to this, by all means, I think every public official, you surrender certain privacy rights if you want to be a public official, meaning you have round-the-clock surveillance while you're during business hours. So while you're conducting business on our behalf, round-the-clock audio video surveillance. And the reason for that is so that any business that you conduct, right, there should be a public record of it. If you have a meeting with a lobbyist, we should have an inside look and hear everything that you're doing. We should be able to see and hear everything.
We already know they're not disclosing it on their required disclosure forms.
Here's the thing. If it's going to be proposed on a bill, then it's null and void. If there's no audio video record of it, then whatever you're proposing...
There's no need to recuse.
Then it's null and void. That's my argument. So surveillance. But Sean, Feisty, what happens if they conduct business outside of that business
You're
hours?
on my dollar.
Then whatever. If it's on the bill,
let me just point out something to you, because if you're an American service member and you've taken the oath, you do realize you willingly give up some of your constitutional rights.
Oh yes, not just some. Yeah, well,
not all of them, but you do give them up.
Yeah.
So there is precedent for that.
But you would need them to sign off on it for
That's
themselves.
your trick pony, because are you going to get Congress to vote to curtail their own actions?
Right.
No.
Right. Not just Congress.
Cold day in hell when that happens.
I mean, everybody. Well, you could get everybody to sign a petition.
Yeah, now is not the time to do it, because it's going to go absolutely nowhere.
The other thing
they'll use it for Tinder, right?
The other thing is healthcare. They should not have better healthcare than Americans.
There is no reason for our healthcare system to suck as bad as it does.
And I think if they're put on the same healthcare, then they're incentivized.
Than the regular people? Yeah.
Then they're incentivized to improve it. That's
also the purpose of devolving, right?
Yeah.
Sending EPA back to the regions. Right. When you got to live in the region that you're writing the regulations, you're subjected to those. You tend to be a little more judicious about your pen.
That's right. That's exactly right. Thank you. I think we're all caught up. Yep. All right. You guys are going to love this. Check this out.
I am asking Madam Waters.
For what purpose the lady from California seeks recognition?
I move to take her words down.
Lady's time has expired.
Page 45.
Vote no. I vote no. I haven't finished, but I vote no. I want you to vote no.
If there is someone who has seen the horrors of socialism up close within the Democratic Party, is in the House, and it's the Honorable Congresswoman Maxine Waters. And I would love for you to support this resolution specifically, because Madam Waters, for decades, you traveled to Cuba dozens of times to visit Fidel Castro personally, whom you consider your friend. Congresswoman Waters was in Havana, and she saw the destruction of biblical proportions that Castro caused on that island, who at the time in 1960 had the highest per capita income in the Western Hemisphere. At that time, Madam Waters knew that thousands and thousands of Cubans were escaping on a raft, exposing their lives and their children to be eaten by the sharks. She knew that Afro-Cubans were being beaten on the streets of Havana, discriminated against by Fidel Castro, Mr. Speaker. And for that reason, I am bringing up all these facts, because Madam Waters knew that the Cuban jails were full of political prisoners, and the Cubans did not have the same privileges that we are having right now to speak freely. At that time, Madam Waters never raised her voice to denounce the horrors of socialism, Mr. Speaker. For that reason, I am asking Madam Waters.
For what purpose the lady from California seeks recognition?
I move to take her words down.
Order. The House will be in order. The lady from California, for what purpose do you rise?
I rise to take down her words.
Personal attack.
Mm-hmm.
Lady from Florida, please be seated.
Clerk will report the words.
I'd ask the clerk to please report the words. The lady from Florida is recognized.
All right. So I'm asking for unanimous consent to withdraw the violations of the rules and continue with my speech, which is that if there are many people on this floor that have seen.
Without objection, the words are withdrawn.
Objection is heard.
Objection is heard.
Objection is withdrawn.
The objection is withdrawn. The gentlelady from Florida, her request is accepted with unanimous consent. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized. The gentleman from Arkansas.
The House is not in order.
The gentleman is correct. The House is not in order. With any luck, we'll get back to business. Please take your conversations off the floor of the House. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
There are many people on this floor who have seen the horrors of communism. They have been to Cuba. They have been friends with Fidel Castro. They have seen the jails full of Cuban prisoners. They have seen people preparing rafts to die in the middle of the ocean, eaten by sharks. There are many people in the Democratic Party who have witnesses that and have not said anything. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I am asking some of my colleagues on that side of the aisle, many of them who are very good friends of mine, to understand that denouncing communism and socialism is the right thing to do for the Democratic Party. And if some of the highest, most important members of the Democratic Party on that side of the aisle were to vote with us, they would be doing a very favor to the Republic, and not only that, to the Democratic Party. They will become the new champions. And the Democratic Party will be now the champion for freedom in the Western Hemisphere. I yield back.
Lady from Florida yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Chair recognizes the lady from California.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Ms. Salazar for withdrawing her words, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The lady from California reserves a balance of her time. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from California is.
Lady from California.
I am prepared to close, Mr. Speaker. Let's get on with this discussion about socialism.
Room
Mr. Speaker, instead of legislating and doing the work to tackle real problems that Americans face, like the skyrocketing cost of groceries, rising rents and mortgage payments, and the
Ladies and gentlemen, the House is not in order. Please keep.
Man, I have never heard a chamber that noisy before.
Very dysfunctional.
Take your conversations off the floor of the House. The lady from California is recognized.
Thank you so very much.
Shut the fuck up! Yeah.
Americans again face the skyrocketing costs of groceries, rising rents and mortgage payments, and the Republicans have always opposed Medicaid and Medicare, and they've been undermining it since day one. And they do not want to fix the catastrophic economic policies of this administration. And I want you to know that this administration—
Shut up, silly woman!
—is responsible for the situation that we find ourselves in with this failing economy.
You know the thing.
The Trump administration must take respect, take the credit.
Now these people
for
are
what is
stupid.
happening
Maxine,
with
oh
the loss of food.
Don't be rude.
For our children for a limited period of time before we fought to get it back.
Oh,
that was something else.
I told you you'd like it. All right.
Yeah, I did like that.
Now,
but she didn't get pale.
No,
I was waiting to see.
She got a little verklempt, I guess.
Ashen, yes. She got a little bit.
She got a little uppity.
Caustic.
All right. So, Senator Tommy Tuberville says the time for excuses is over. Ahead of President Trump's high-stakes meeting with the Senate Republicans, Tommy Tuberville calls for a full confrontation over the Save America Act, the filibuster, which you may get agreement or disagreement on this panel, and what he sees as a Republican resistance to Trump's agenda. Tuberville argues that voters sent Republicans to Washington to secure elections, to fight the deep state and deliver on campaign promises, not hide behind Senate procedures. He also weighs in on Bill Pulte's appointment, which is interesting as acting DNI. The push to
I love that man.
Yes, the push to reform the intelligence community, which is interesting. He says some interesting things about, and why he believes the next few months could determine the future of the country.
I'm right there with him.
Yep. With the 2026 midterms looming, Tuberville warns that grassroots conservatives are losing patience and that Senate Republicans are running out of time.
Did you say Republicans?
Republicans.
So before you play him, do you see the choice coming? Grassroots Republicans are losing patience.
Yes.
Do you see where the narratives have led to the, I don't want to say black pill, more of a gray pill, right? Because they're not totally black pilled yet.
Activated.
But they are increasingly frustrated.
Yes.
And you've got a Democrat Party that's increasingly socialist.
Yeah.
And we've got a midterm coming up in just 4 months.
The sides are getting more and more polarizing, as if they weren't already polarized enough as it was.
Right. But do you see
There's a shift that just happened. Yes.
Well, to me, it seems an intentional shift.
Totally, 100%.
That it's being intentionally driven down this path to create an inflection point, or what's the word? Bifurcation.
Bifurcation, right? Yes.
So I just see it with the language that we're hearing.
What the hell? Hey, buddy.
What's the matter?
So weird.
Your cat wants love.
This is Sterling. Hey, bud.
He's a pretty cat.
Yes, he's handsome. Ow. Want to get down? All right.
Then why did he jump up?
He's weird. He's very weird. He's the cat that sleeps in really weird places, and he'll chill behind me in the seat cushion.
The warmth.
I'm not gonna hair in my face. The other thing I wanted to say was, all right, here's the indicator that I know this is intentional. And that is, Feisty, why wasn't anything done before, right? But it was kind of
But take it even a step further, because what does the Save America Act do? It really doesn't change the 26. So it's a campaign thing. It's something to get the base energized.
Right, but it was meant for this time. Like
But that's what I'm getting at. They're putting forward those things that really don't change the landscape much, but they're injections of a narrative that go, yeah, I hate you Republicans, as you called them. But that's what I'm getting at, is you're bringing both sides to the point where they got to have that battle. And I do think it leads to a red wave. In all honesty, it has to lead to a red wave, because this country is not communist.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Even though you've got a fringe group, which brings back the 4 to 6%, which we had a great discussion in my chat about it last night as to what that 4 to 6% means. And so I'm inclined to believe that we're watching an organic response to an inorganic set of conditions.
100%. And if Feisty, if you and I were to create a conditions to contribute to the further destruction of the D Party.
You do this.
Exactly this.
You do it exactly like this. You get the conservative base or the MAGA base angry enough to get their asses up off the couch.
Not only that, but you force the D Party to
defend it.
To defend its to defend itself, but you'd also
what did we hear on The View?
You'd make it go further left than it already was.
But that's what you've already got on The View, saying Democrat socialism isn't a bad thing. And you're going, excuse me?
Yeah.
So if they're already saying this and it's June, imagine what they're going to be saying by July, August, September about communism.
I mean,
because what is our job now? Our job is to take what they're saying and point to the fact that this is out and out communism.
Yep.
So you're forcing them. You're using the population to enforce that inflection point, that bifurcation.
Yeah, and it would only work if things like Social Security and or healthcare were faltering, or if the economy was dwindling, like it would have been had somebody else been in office. Right. But, and this is why simultaneously you got to have things that like oil and gas drop, which we're watching happening right now, right?
And we're watching price gouging to some extent.
Yeah.
Although Trump doesn't have any legal...
He doesn't have any leverage over that, right?
Right, because there's no federal statute over price gouging, but there's some 30 states that do. So I think that was more of a call to action for those states.
Yep. And then...
And what do you get out of that? You get a state level inaction that goes, whoa, what? Because that's right out of my back pocket. I mean, you're just creating all these fractures all up and down. And it's okay for somebody that doesn't understand what they're watching. I can understand the consternation, but I'm enjoying the hell out of what we're watching.
Well, because we're actively involved on a daily basis.
Yes.
Now, this is arguably what can separate us from your average everyday American, because they're not
watching.
They're not participating nearly as much. Not as much.
I think most people have some level of an opinion, but there's more people that don't understand the opinion they have. They don't understand why they have that opinion.
Right.
I think that's where we come in. Remember when Q said, "Bring the rain. You'll know when." We're here.
Are we though?
Yeah, we're here.
I feel like it's got to pinch, it's going to sting just a touch more.
Well, it's going to sting because we're starting off with a fairly, it's that quiet yell, right?
Yeah.
But you watch over the next few months, it's going to build.
And another indicator is,
and it'll get more organized and more poignant.
Another indicator is if I were to ask, and I'll pose this question before I tee off this clip right now, guys. I'm posing this question to everybody in the chat. Please drop a 1 if you think America has learned its lesson.
No.
Drop a 2 in the chat if you think America. Don't answer this, Feisty. Drop a 2 in the chat if you think America has not learned its lesson.
That's not fair. I want to.
Don't you even think about it. Tommy Tuberville, everybody.
Fauci lie to the American people for basically a year and a half, 2 years. And he should be in prison. Don't give me this nonsense about being able to, be given a pardon. You can probably pardon somebody for a federal crime, but look at the thousands of people that he actually let die because of his lies on a state level. So
Senator Tuberville from the great state of Alabama joins us. Senator, first off, there's just been a firestorm on the president selecting as an acting DNI Bill Pulte to go over there and start to make some downsizing, some things the president specifically wants to do. The president's commander in chief, why is this? And it's all these senators are the worst. See, some guys in the House, but you got Democrats and you got Republicans. They're going they're apoplectic that the president has someone he trusts over there taking actions that not simply does he support, he's kind of laid out a roadmap. Hey, here's what I want to happen over there. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, we've got a lot of people, even on our side, Steve, that think they know better than the president and know better than the people that he's nominating. Now, first of all, if you're a leader, you're going to nominate people that you believe in, that's going to have your back, and they're going to have yours. And so Bill Pulte, his nickname should be the Bulldog. I mean, this guy will go get it, and he'll do exactly what President Trump asked. I would imagine Bill Pulte, being over the housing in this country, has a little mortgage fraud on some people in New York and maybe even a few congressmen and senators. But he also understands that this place is DNI is out of control. They're probably taking some information from Tulsi Gabbard about DNI and who's there, who shouldn't be there. All these agencies, Steve, need to be cut back, especially this one. Look at what Kevin Warsh is doing in the Fed. He is cutting people right and left, and it needs to be. They have 28,000 people that work in the Fed. My God, what are we doing? We're letting a non-government entity run our country. So Bill Pulte will be a great DNI guy for a while, and President Trump left him in there just for that reason. Go after the fraud.
Listen, one of the things that the CIA supremacists are also wanting to get into DNI to gut it. It's got to be changed. We understand that, and structurally changed. But are you comfortable that the CIA would become the supremacist, intelligence supremacist operation in the federal government, sir?
Yeah, it probably will, but we need to do the same thing in the CIA. There are so many people that are there that are deep state in all these agencies, and President Trump is looking for people to do exactly what Bill Pulte is getting ready to do, exactly what Kevin Warsh is doing, is go in and start cutting people that don't believe in the Constitution and don't believe in the citizens of this country and believe in America. So it's got to start somewhere. President Trump is a year and a half into his last term, and he's not waiting around. He has seen it, he's lived it, and he wants to give back to the American people and give America back to the country.
In the last segment, we did a cold open. It was 7 minutes long, and but we searched the entire MSNBC, CNN. We heard meltdown on Pulte. He's a bad guy. Doesn't have a clearance. Doesn't know what he's doing. President Trump's out of control. We could not find one mention of the Fauci report dropped by Tulsi Gabbard on her way out the door last week. You've been a big advocate of this. What's your recommendation? How should we go forward with holding Fauci accountable for the actions and the receipts that are showing up in Tulsi Gabbard's DNI report, sir?
Well, let's go even before Fauci, which was a disaster. Millions of people lost their lives. Let's go back to Obama. The thing that Tulsi Gabbard said about Obama after he started his reign and going into all the things that he did with illegal migration, things that went on in Iran, and then if you turn around what he did in the Russia collusion, there are so many people that have broken the law. You know, we've got people in prison that did 10 to 20% of what these people have done to our country. They broke the law. They thought they're above the law, but they're not. And you said Anthony Fauci. I'm on the Help Committee here in the Senate. I went through every one of those hearings and listened to Anthony Fauci lie to the American people for basically a year and a half, 2 years. And he should be in prison. Don't give me this nonsense about being able to, be given a pardon. You can probably pardon somebody for a federal crime, but look at the thousands of people that he actually let die because of his lies on a state level. So let's go after him on the state level. You can't get a pardon for that. He's a crook. Obama's a crook. All these people broke the law. Let's put them in jail.
Senator Tuberville, the president historically is coming up. It doesn't happen often. He's coming to Capitol Hill tomorrow to have lunch with the Senate because of this issue of certain members of the Senate treating him like it's a lame duck. And President Trump's putting a priority. I've got to get the country needs the Save America Act. We just saw Colombia to take a couple of hours to count paper ballots on the same day. What is going to happen at the lunch hour? You're one of his biggest advocates, one of his biggest supporters. What do you want to happen and be the outcome of tomorrow's, quite frankly, historic meeting?
The day of reckoning. I would imagine, I'm not going to speak for President Trump. I'm sure he's got a game plan, an agenda to come over to talk to 52, not 53. McConnell's not around anymore. He's pretty much laid up, and so he won't be in on the conversation. But 52 Republican senators, and I would just hope that the president would come in and slam the door on the way in the door and sit down and say, listen, okay, Save America Act. I want to see the hands of who's against it. And if you're against it, give us your ideas of why you're against it. Tell 90% of the people across the country, Republicans that are for the Save America, why you're against it. This is not going to get outside this room. Let's talk about it. We need a discussion about that. And then we need to turn around and do the same thing about busting the filibuster. Okay, who's against it? Okay, 15 people, good. One at a time. Tell me why you're against it. Tell you why you're against the America that has changed because we have 20 to 25 states that we can't control because they're corrupt, and we're going to lose this country because they're taking over states every year because of these wacko Democrats that are taking over mayor's jobs, governor's jobs. This is not the America of 15 years ago. This is a new America that has been changed by the minute by third world country people, by radical communist socialist mayors and governors. And if we don't get control, by busting the filibuster, Steve, it will be over with. We will not see the light of day as a constitutional republic for 5 more minutes after the Democrats take control in November, because they're going to win the Senate in November if we don't change pace.
So you're saying, hey, look, you're going to serve lunch, but the purpose is not to have the president up for a nice collegial thing. You want to get down and you're advising the president, let's get on a brass tacks. You said day of reckoning. Tell me, let's take a vote. Let's have a show of hands. If you're not with me, tell me why you're not with me. He's a reasonable man. He's a deal guy. But you want the senators that are not with the president on these issues like Save America or the standing filibuster to make the argument to him, to his face, of why they are not with him, correct?
Yeah, I mean, he's just another person. Now he's the leader of the free world, and he's trying to save America. Just give your reasoning. I want to hear it. I want to hear why people are from states like North Carolina, Alaska, that voted for President Trump, that their senator is voting against something he wants. I just don't understand that. Now, I might be off base here, but when I was elected, they didn't elect me to vote what I believe. They voted in Alabama to send me up here to vote how the people want me to vote. And so it shouldn't be an argument. It should be in a discussion of why. What can we do to change your mind? Because this is the direction we're heading. President Trump probably knows a lot more about things that are going on than we do. Tell us a few things that you know. Tell us why we need to do this, why we need to pass the Save America Act. Tell us the states that are on the verge of going totally blue that we will never get back if we don't do the Save America Act. Because if we don't do this, they're going to vote all these illegals, and just one at a time, we're going to continue to lose states. And at the end of the day, you're going to have Mississippi, Tennessee, Louisiana, Alabama, Florida, and Georgia. And that's going to be it, because the rest of them are going to crumble to the blue states.
Alabama, the citizens there are known for their decency and grit, determination, and common sense. What are your constituents telling you? Because this is a huge thing. Like I said, there's certain elements in the established order in the Republican Party and the Senate treating President Trump like he's a lame duck, going to the media and saying terrible things. What are your constituents? What do the folks in Alabama say about this?
Steve, every time I go back, it never fails. People ask me, Coach, when are you going to pass the Save America Act? I said, well, we're trying to. Well, what do you mean you're trying to? We voted y'all in to get it done. We voted President Trump in to get it done. He got a record number of votes. Why should I vote when I know 3 or 4 illegals are going to vote to overrun and make my vote count? I mean, they're not just disgusted. They're mad as hell. And so that's the reason some of these people in some of these other states, maybe Maine or Alaska or North Carolina or Mitch McConnell's Kentucky, they might think a little bit different. But in our state of Alabama, they believe in this country. They believe in the Constitution. They believe God created this country to make it better for everybody. And they want it to continue that way. But I'm going to tell you, even in Alabama, they're losing patience. They're losing a lot of patience, and I don't blame them. I'm losing patience because I listen to this nonsense. I listen to them on the floor of the Senate. I listen to people, say they're voting for this or that for some reason other than making America better again. We're not going to have another chance. This is it. This is the last chance we got. And again, I think the time from 1 to 2 o'clock tomorrow here in the Senate in the Manchester room will go a long way to what's going to happen in the next 2.5 years, because if we voted today, I don't think that we can hold up on the Senate side. I think the Democrats will win, and when they win, right off the bat, they're going to bust a filibuster, and we'll never gain control again because they will overload the Senate, Washington D.C. as a state, Puerto Rico, and then obviously the Supreme Court. It will be a disaster for the American people.
Senator, we agree with you. We took the show down to Texas and make sure there was grassroots enthusiasm, great grassroots groups in Texas for Ken Paxton. And I've told the president and I've told everybody on the show that unless the Senate changes dramatically, and that's got to happen between 1 and 2 o'clock, when you come out of there at 2 or 3 o'clock tomorrow, there's got to be a change in attitude, or we're going to lose the Senate. I can tell you the grassroots around the country are just not enthusiastic to do that type of voter engagement that you saw with Paxton, the type of going door to door and believing in something. We can win this. We can win it all. There's nobody can beat us. But it's a lack of enthusiasm because they see people up there not supporting the president, and the key to that is the Save America Act. Do you agree?
100%. You know, Senator Mike Lee from Utah is taking a lot of heat from fellow Republicans up here. They coming after, the talking filibuster is not going to work. Hell, that's what we used to do up here. It used to be a full-time filibuster. People talk and get up and argue and go back and forth. Now we work 3 days a week and go home. Let's stay up here till we get it done, because I promise you, these lazy Democrats are not going to hang around after a week or two. They're going to give up, and we can get it pushed through there. But even the Republicans are fighting back against Mike Lee. He's one of the smartest guys up here. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's talking about. And again, this place used to be somewhere where you debated 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 4 or 5 people debating back and forth. You can look at old films, old things that went on, but it has totally changed. It's kind of, every day a steady diet. But here's what's going to happen, Steve. The American people, the good people in this country, are losing confidence in the American government. They're losing confidence. You saw in the primaries, we had maybe 20% in the primaries vote in Alabama, 17% in the runoff elections. Folks, if we don't get out and vote, we are going to get crushed, because they're going to do a hell of a job of trying to get people out to vote, because they're motivated for some unknown reason of trying to get us to socialism and communism. We need to spend the hundreds of millions of dollars that we're spending on some of these people winning a Senate race and start running ads about go vote. This is a reason you go vote. Socialism, communism, wars, no law enforcement, open borders. We need to let the American people what they're getting ready to face if they don't go out and vote.
What's your social media? Where do people get you, Senator? We'll check in with you after the meeting tomorrow. Where do people go?
I want to talk about something he mentioned. He's talking about what is going on in the Fed, right?
Yep.
You do know the Cook opinion needs to come out, right?
The Cook opinion.
Remember Lisa Cook? The opinion
yes.
Trump tried to...
Yes.
Okay. Cook opinion is asking the Supreme Court, basically, how independent can the Fed be? Okay?
Yep.
And the general consensus is it's leaning right, but that there may be a bit of a fracture in that opinion towards a more measured recapture of the Fed. So the argument is, are they too independent, especially given the size, it's become a behemoth? Are they too independent, and should they be more controlled? And that's one of the 8 opinions left to come out. That's another hot button item.
That's a good point.
And I also want to pull out something that happened yesterday actually, is Russ Vought. There's another amazing person.
Yep.
He's the head of the Office of Management and Budget. He was the head of the Office of Management and Budget under term 1. He came back to do it again, and he just stripped bureaucrats within the executive branch of the power over federal grants. Don't tell me nothing's happening.
Whoa.
Yeah. So keep watching.
Wait, who did he strip from federal grants?
So go back to the Schedule F, the policy-facing people.
Yeah, Schedule F, for anyone who doesn't know, is the right for the executive branch to fire Trump to fire at will.
So he just changed the uniform guidance so that decisions on all federal grants rest with only the elected politicians.
As opposed to the bureaucracy.
The agency
the
headed, as opposed to the bureaucracy. So he just changed that. So when you're thinking about people like Louise Slaughter, who's saying Trump can't fire me, the tendency is, oh, yes, he can. Right?
Yep. Wow.
Trump can't do this. Trump can't do that. All the screams from the deep state. They are being squeezed like we've never seen this before. But they're also stripping their power.
Wow.
So guess what they become? Just a regular federal employee.
How they were originally intended.
Where the appointed agency heads actually can now control their agencies again. What a novel idea.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
It is.
Another win.
So the part that people keep forgetting about is that whole institutional capture thing. Mm-hmm. Remember I showed you with the bridges?
Yep.
LCCHR?
Yep. That's dissipating and just being dismantled right before our very eyes.
Oh my God, that's going up in flames.
Yeah.
But remember who's behind a lot of that? The NGOs, right?
Yeah.
So you're removing power from the NGOs that had already captured government, and you're putting in control the very people you elected to have in control. Whether or not you like any particular appointee,
mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. You elected the person that's sitting in the seat in the Oval. And when you do that, you elect him to do in your interest, not necessarily appoint who you want. So what that does is it puts back into the control of the executive office, Trump, the president, puts him back into control of the executive branch, and the decisions over grants and spending comes from the very appointees he puts in place. So you're just stripping. And if they're doing that on the administrative level, and we're watching what's happening at the Supreme Court level where they've tried to lawfare it away, what you're seeing is a brand new government. Now all that's left is to remind the people of how the Senate and the House aren't following through. What do you think happens in November? When Trump gets up there and says, we're trying to strip the power away from the deep state to do this, and this senator said, no, we want to keep that power in place. What do you see how this becomes a firestorm in the next 4 months? And it's exciting.
Beyond exciting. And like I said earlier, too, we're always looking for indicators that something has shifted or something, especially I'm looking for indicators right now that something recently shifted. I'm looking for specifically a fire lit under their collective asses, right?
Well, we are seeing that in a sense, at least smoke, right? Because you've got more and more senators on one side of the fence or the other, either complaining about or saying, damn it, get off your ass, right? Like Tuberville just did. And I think what we're showing right now are the ones that we need to be laser focused on, do your job or else kind of thing. And remember, the worst day in Congress is not election day.
So the worst day in Congress everybody calls, blows up their phone lines.
When you kill the switchboard, right? Rush Limbaugh proved that how many times? They literally quake when the switchboard goes down, because they know that something got revealed. That's why they hated Rush Limbaugh so much.
Yeah, because he moved the needle.
Yes, he definitely did.
Again, Feisty with the indicators.
But the American people sent all of us here to get something done, and they see the American people know what time it is, right? They just watched what happened in New York City. They watched what happened in Los Angeles. They're watching communists take over. They're watching Sharia law being affected and implemented across their country. They know what time it is. And they sent people here to do something about that. And we're doing our level best in the House of Representatives with a small majority to try and deliver for the American people. But the Senate is more interested, I'm just going to say this, both sides, you got to call the balls and strikes, both sides in the status quo here. They're hoping that at some point the Trump presidency ends, the Freedom Caucus ends, the American people get tired, and they just go back to what they've been doing for decades and decades now, which is nothing, which is literally nothing. This is supposed to be the most important deliberative body on the planet, this place, this building, including the House and the Senate. All we're asking them to do, look, all of us want the Save America Act passed. Most of America, Democrat, Republican, Independent, wants the Save America Act passed. Chip Roy, the author, certainly does. President Trump certainly does. That would be great if they would pass it. But this is the minimum we're asking for the most important deliberative body on the planet. Come to work and deliberate and vote. What we got was, we don't have the votes. That's what we heard. We don't have the votes. How do we know we don't have the votes if you're not going to call the vote? Have the debate. Let's hear the arguments. Maybe there's a flaw. Maybe we missed something. Maybe there's some outstanding issue that's important that has been unaddressed. That's what this is about. But they've just walked away and said, to hell with all you people. We don't give a damn what you think. It is unacceptable. And so whether it's Mitch McConnell or, quite honestly, look, we have our right criticisms for the Senate leader, and we're in the majority. We get that. But let's remember, he's not getting any help at all from one Democrat, not one. And there are plenty of Democrats, the overwhelming majority of Democrats in the United States of America that want this bill just like Republicans and just like independents. So while, yes, it goes to leadership because we're in charge here, we're getting no assistance whatsoever, and we're getting absolutely complete and utter contempt. Complete and utter contempt from Democrats who won't even support their own party in this issue. And so for whatever it's worth, we demand that they come back and get to work. We'll be here. We'll be here over the independent. We'll be here over Independence holiday. We will stay and do whatever it takes. We have done our job, but if there's more to do, God bless it, we will stay and suffer through it because that's what you hired us to do. That's what the American people demand of us. But to walk away and just leave it open for 2 weeks and do nothing while the world is on fire, while our country remains on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, we know the Senate's broken. We're in the House. We can't fix it, but they can. They just refuse to. And there's going to be consequences for that, I'm sure. The American people are fed up. Now,
enough said.
Wow.
But you can hear the breathless discussion. So what does that do from a framing perspective? The breathlessness raises a sense of urgency, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Bannon, what is his call to fame? He does the same thing. Everything. The sky's falling every day with him, right?
Yeah.
So if you've got this going on, and the majority, there's a lot of people that listen to Bannon every day, so they're getting that constant drumbeat of we're going to hell in a handbasket.
Yep.
So what is that for? It's to raise the awareness of the base that now's not the time to sit it out. I'm going to go backwards. Remember when they used to call us the unwashed mashes?
Yes.
Remember when they used to call us flyover country?
Yes.
You know, those were designed, they were poll tested to disenfranchise the majority of Americans who tend to vote conservative.
Yep.
It was designed purposefully, and it worked.
Temporarily. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. It worked.
It did work.
The only way to reverse that is to have a bull in the china shop.
Now you got to do the breaking glass moment, right?
Yes.
You see Bannon do it. You see Trump talking about it. You've got congressmen coming out and talking about it, which, when's the last time you heard congressmen getting that much airtime to talk about this stuff? They will complain about the Democrats, but the discussion is different now.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
And nobody's taking prisoners. Have you noticed that?
That's what I'm talking about with the shift. This recent shift is that's what it seems like is nobody's taking anybody. Nobody's taking any prisoners at the moment, and that's what needs to happen.
And that's what you're going to see for the next 4 months.
Why now? All of a sudden, why not earlier? Because it's about
because
timing.
Most people, first of all, the election cycle officially begins in June.
Yeah.
But people don't take notice until about September, mid to late September. So what you're going to watch from now until then, remember the end of September is when they have to have their orders in for the ballots. Right?
Yep.
So from now to the mid to end of September, you're going to hear this kind of stuff, and you're going to see it gradually increase.
Yep.
And there's a reason for it. And it's not to wake up people that have been watching every day, although they may gain or glean from what's actually being done. This is for the majority of people, because one of the saddest things, and this is where Civics 101 comes in. We are the fourth branch of government, and it's done at the ballot box. Yet less than 40% of the American population tends to get off their ass. And in a midterm, we're barely at 30%. That's sad. that we just willingly throw away our vote. I don't care if they try to steal it. Get your ass on the record as having tried. Because my argument has been for years, if you're not going to vote, you lose the right to bitch.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I don't, because I normally challenge the notion that, hey, you voted for this, especially with how much theft exists. It's hard for me to, like with California, hey, Californians, you voted for this. I gotta
back away from that.
I arguably know more patriots out of California than I do anywhere else.
But the issue is how many don't vote.
Yeah.
What did Trump do in 24 that we haven't seen? He said too big to rig.
Too big to rig, right.
Too big to rig. Right. Every day he said it. Right. Too big to rig. Too big. What was that about? Getting us out there.
Yeah.
In fact, he told us to early vote. And he said, you'll never have to do this again if you do it this time.
Yeah, that's fair. Damn. Well, where should we take this next?
I don't know, but I'm having a good time tonight.
Me too.
I think my soapbox is starting to get rickety.
I got more with Solomon.
John Solomon's pieces are good.
We haven't gotten into the elections yet, the Dominion factor. I want to get into that. Excuse me, at some point here. Let's see. I got Laura Trump joined Stroke Face tonight. Also, I don't know if you know this or not, but you know how Trump was encouraging or got the Postmaster General on board with the whole not sending, if you're not willing, what is it? Not willing to fork up your voter rolls or something?
Mm-hmm.
Is that it? Then we're not going to send the ballots. We're not going to mail.
They're saying they're not going to mail them if you're not on record for having forked them over.
Right. So
I don't know how far that goes.
Well, an Obama-appointed judge just issued a sweeping nationwide order blocking
which
Trump's,
we've already had arguments about nationwide injunctions, right?
Which blocking Trump's election citizenship verification efforts, reigniting the fight over election integrity and voter registration rules.
So one of the cases we're waiting on is an election case, right?
Yes, that's going to determine whether or not United States Postal Service is an election official.
Right. Because that was the core of the argument, is they're saying, when is it received? That's the same argument they had in Virginia that created that firestorm.
Well, there's the one out of Massachusetts that's also coming too, that's going to determine if election day is election day.
Well, there's that battle right now. They're waiting for this case in the Supreme Court to release, and the left is trying to get the judge in Massachusetts to release her opinion to upend what SCOTUS does. Because if they can get their opinion out before SCOTUS releases their opinion, then they get in under the wire, because it'll be grandfathered. It
doesn't weaken the Supreme Court's ruling. Wouldn't weaken that.
It's the two questions are different.
Yeah,
they're interrelated, but they're different.
But that one in Massachusetts could make its way to the Supreme Court at some point.
Yes, it will.
So if I were them, I'd almost be interested in delaying it as long as possible, I suppose.
No, Massachusetts wants it out. They want them because
Massachusetts
for them,
is very communist, by the way.
Yes, but Massachusetts wants it out because for them it's about the 24. They'll figure out the rest later.
Yeah.
The whole purpose right now, they don't care what it takes. Their goal is to get past the 24. They're all in on trying to upend Trump. And the more cases they lose, the more aggressive they get about the election cycle. And whatever happens after the election, let it happen. But their goal is to minimize the impact of a MAGA wave, which pretty much everybody's saying this is a Republican year.
It should be great.
It should be
great. Let's see. All right. So I don't know if you caught wind of this, but breaking, the FBI has just arrested a former Special Operations Command employee.
Wow. Sock.
And leaker.
You know where the sock used to be, right?
Who put our troops in harm's way. Kash Patel announced this.
So you know where the sock was, right? You know the story. Special Operations Command was underneath Joint Chiefs of Staff. 2020, Miller and Ezra pulled it out from under, made it a combatant group. That's interesting that you got a leaker because they were CIA controlled up until 2020. So, no, I didn't know about that, but man, that's nice.
This comes as President Trump is also hunting for leakers, by the way, who jeopardized our troops during Operation Epic Fury.
We knew that, though.
Yep. So Patel posted, FBI and our partners have arrested a former SOCOM employee who supported our top-level military warfighters.
Not SOC. Okay, Southern Command.
For allegedly transmitting classified information to a member of the media. Outstanding work by FBI Charlotte and the FBI Counterintelligence and Espionage Division, as well as our Justice Department partners. Wait, espionage. Wow. Let this serve as a message. Wait, did he just tell us this person was a spy? Without directly telling us.
And he's a military member, so that's a military tribunal, right?
Wow.
So I'm curious as to why Kash Patel. There's more to this story.
Way more. Let this serve as a message to any would-be leakers. We're working these cases and we're making arrests. This FBI will not tolerate those who seek to betray our country and put Americans in harm's way.
Do you have the DOJ link for that?
No, I'll grab it while I play this, though.
Okay.
As you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour. Then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker. And talked about there's somebody missing.
I get it. Pause it.
They basically said...
That's a civilian working for SOCOM. It's not a military member.
Are you sure?
FBI and our partners have arrested a former SOCOM employee. So that's a contractor.
But it's a spy, right?
Yes.
Somebody embedded.
Espionage.
Yeah.
That we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about, because some things you can't do, because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation. Because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually,
that was back in April.
Yeah. Courtney Williams, 40-year-old employee of the U.S. Special Operations Command, known as SOCOM, on April 8th, for allegedly leaking, but they're looking for somebody else, though, too. Court documents allege that she had over 10 hours of phone calls and exchanged more than 180 messages with the journalist who published a book and articles naming her as a source. She also allegedly made unauthorized disclosures via social media. Wow. She was Courtney, I'm assuming it's a girl, charges. Williams, a former Army employee with a top secret clearance, was indicted by a federal grand jury for transmitting classified information to a journalist between 2022 and 2025. Anyways, you get the idea.
I just dropped the DOJ thing. I'm confused as to why it's out today because it was an April arrest.
Yeah, that's a good question.
So I don't know why it's out today unless...
They're probably being careful, probably trying to catch the other person and not
Well,
if there's other
something like this, because it was already up on the DOJ site since April 8th. They're making somebody squirm. Somebody's talking,
and they're probably still, like I said, still looking for somebody. And
this was today. Trump did this.
I don't think this was today.
Because I don't see the Kash Patel post. So it's an older video is what it is.
Right here.
Okay.
Yeah, April 8th.
Yeah, this is an older video. The fact that they're putting this out, God, they got 10 hours of phone calls.
Right.
180 messages. I don't remember the case. I'm sorry. But there's no indictment attached, so that's interesting.
They're still looking for somebody else as well.
Yeah, there's that makes it a conspiracy by definition, right?
Yes, absolutely does. And then there's, of course, brace yourselves for this one, everybody. Hey, we got a Codebreaker sighting out there. What's up, Codebreaker? And a Q Patriot voice as well. What's up, friends? This one's going to be tough to listen to, but y'all got to listen to it.
You've given me a few of those over the day.
I know I have, yes. Mark Wayne Mullen, everybody, testifying on immigration and border
This
security.
was hard.
Yeah.
I know this one.
Yeah.
This is probably one of the most disgusting and disturbing things that we've dealt with. I dealt with some trafficking, child trafficking when I first got into Congress in 2013.
I told you about this one last week.
And I actually stepped away from it because at some point it just starts wearing on you, and it's time to just kind of pass the baton because you get really jaded over it. When we stepped in here, we had 450,000 kids missing. 450,000 kids that were given to sponsors that weren't vetted. No home checks. No one was going by to see if they're where they're supposed to be, not even knowing if they're in their same state, not even to see if the sponsor was who they were at all. We've recovered 147,000, and all of them didn't have to be recovered. I'm not saying all of them had recovered. Some of them were where they were supposed to be. They were with a family member, and they appeared to be doing okay. But we've had some horrific cases. There's one that's kind of been out in the media a little bit where there's a ring of several adults that were keeping kids in an underground bunker in a dungeon. And the most horrific things that I pray to God that you guys don't have to see because it permanently changes you. The stuff that these adults put kids as young as 2 to as old as 12 through, you can't make a horror story that bad. We've had some young ladies that we have rescued that report, and these aren't young ladies, these are girls, being raped 600 to 700 times, being locked in a hotel room and having to service 15 to 20 men. These are girls.
Service.
And I hate to use the word service, but I don't know what other you can use. They were being raped 15 to 20 times a day, day after day after day after day after day. They didn't get holidays off. They didn't get nights off. They didn't work 8 to 5. They didn't work, Monday through Friday. They were locked in the room and highly drugged, and one male at a time, disgusting individuals coming in and raping these individuals. It is our mission. We've stood up and standing up even a bigger task force within DHS to go and find all 450,000 kids. It is my biggest passion that I have. And it should have, let me explain this too. Almost used a bad word there. What frustrates me the most is that this was preventable. And no one can argue that. This was 100% preventable. We have,
which is why I challenge the notion of complete and utter full control. A level of control.
I'm right there with you on that one. This is what drives me crazy with the full control crowd.
I do believe in a level of control.
I'm not, or leveraging known conditions. That's different.
Yeah.
But when he keeps going and he talks about they don't know how many victims were victims of organ harvesting, I come unglued.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes it really hard for me to reconcile.
And that's where the little ones are, right?
Yeah. I find it hard to believe that if we truly had full control, that we'd be allowing this to
How could you
happen.
even
No.
remotely allow this?
I don't think you can.
Because that's what it's saying. If we're in full control, then we've got a part of the, quote, plan that is letting this happen. I have a hard time with this.
You know, but we say this, but if you think about it differently, that's totally fine. We're always going to encourage having your own, a different way of thinking about things, if you will. If you have a counter argument that's compelling enough, well, certainly we will both always listen.
I'll listen, but I'll have to tell you.
I'll listen. Shout out to
Somebody's got blood on their hands.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to be aligned with them? Yeah, not happening.
Shout out to Q Patriot Voice, who just dropped a $17 Rumble rant. Hey, Sean and Feisty, good to see you. Much love. Where we go one, we go all.
Very much appreciated.
Yeah, God bless.
Perpetrators that are doing the most horrific things to kids. And as a father to 6, and 3 beautiful girls.
You don't get tears in your eyes like that.
There's evil in the world. There's evil in the world. And we fed it.
Oof.
The Biden administration fed it for 4 years and took the innocent that's in my little girls' eyes, the innocence that's in our kids' eyes, that we pray to God never has to deal with this. That innocent is permanently stolen. And we're trying to just restore some type of comfort to these young girls. But let me explain to you, young boys too. Unfortunately, we're seeing a rise of young boys being trafficked. And it disturbs you.
I got to tip my hat to Mark Wayne Mullen. You really do. Boneless Chicken says,
add to the fact, we're not just talking sex trafficking here in Virginia, and I know several other states has happened, where places like Tyson's were raided because of child labor.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these immigrants were used in child labor conditions. So you've got a massive problem. You've got the sex trafficking, you got the organ harvesting,
100%.
and you got child labor.
100%.
How much more victimization do our children need to go through? And I understand that many of these children aren't even American, but damn it, when is it okay to do this to a child?
It's never okay. Like you just said, you steal that child's innocence.
You not only stole the child's innocence, but remember, they were bringing these kids in and then going back and bringing more illegals with them. And then when they got tired, they shipped them off to these areas where they were being abused. I don't care whose child it is. I don't care what part of the world they come from. When you do that to a child, you deserve to rot in the hottest hinge of hell. Because I can't even take it.
100%. Boneless Chicken made a good point.
This is beyond capability for me.
Boneless Chicken made an interesting point. Said the full control might say this is even scripted and possibly not really happening, and I would add to
that's
that,
even more dangerous.
More dangerous because you're encouraging people to not trust what they're hearing or trust the people they're hearing it from as well.
Right. Well, and it makes it even worse because that if it is scripted and it's not really happening, then what the hell is he sitting there testifying to? And you just said Trump and his administration aren't really doing anything.
Yeah.
Right before an election.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm done with the noise. Maybe it's because it's hard for people to digest. Newsflash, this is a tough subject that we have as a society pushed under the carpet for decades.
Yep.
We need to have the conversation.
And that's what got me activated, was that subject. This very subject is what got me. America Rising would not exist if not for that subject. And the Boneless Chicken says something else that bugs me, and it's not knowing what to be livid about. And we all need to be livid about something.
They treated our children like commodities.
My
for God's
son's
sakes.
life, my son's childhood, my son's whole entire high school experience has been taken from him.
I get it. Yes.
His freshman year, that was it. Like the first half of his freshman year, that's it. Done. He's about to be 18 in August.
My grandson, same thing.
No high school.
He's
None.
not. Well, here's the worst part of that, especially for young boys. There's no socialization.
None. Yeah,
in
he's
Virginia,
cooped up in the house,
they
too.
even made it illegal for homeschooled kids to participate in extracurricular activities. Yes, they did that under Northam years ago. So what I'm saying is they're destroying kids in real time no matter how hard you try to protect them. They've now victimized another generation of kids. The evil that would do this and to then say full control scripted, I just want to smack people because I'm done.
Well, that goes back to what Trump posted tonight. That he's been waiting for this. He's been,
Yes.
the communism that they're now. How did he put it?
He's prepared for it.
Begin today.
He said the communists are finally making their move.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I've been waiting and preparing for this for a long time. So that where he says I've been preparing, that's where
means it wasn't pre-scripted.
well, that's where I would put the planning aspect of it.
Okay,
right?
so when were we told to fill out the March Madness brackets? It was in 2019. What happened? January, the party went hard left. It wasn't a hard thing to see that that's what was going on. And if you have any wherewithal, any sense of understanding of what's going on, and somebody sitting in the office of the president would know the political machinations, this is something you prepare for because you know where it's going. We thought it was going to happen sooner.
Yeah.
But here it is right here.
A from PA makes a good point, too. They had a plan like Hillary out and all that stuff, but they had that plan because of the abuse and trafficking and atrocities, it seems. Yes.
You've had foreign leaders tell us that the greatest, the largest environment for what they do to these kids was the American government.
And again, I say this is, I'm just sharing my opinion. I encourage people to have their own opinion about things. And there may very well be something that I'm overlooking as well, for that matter. I don't know. I just know when it comes to children, which is the very topic that activated me, that it's, listen, deception all around. It's at a certain level, especially, and I get maybe some of it could maybe be used for beneficial reasons. However, there's got to be a degree to that because deception is what? Isn't Satan the author of deception?
Yes.
So that's
remember, people high up in government actually worship Satan.
Yeah, and that makes me cautious, and that could be me, but it just makes me cautious and apprehensive about, because that's a high level of deception. And I grew up working in theater as a stagehand, and I have watched my whole entire life rehearsals, what goes into staging and what goes into theatrics, and there's a lot that goes into it. I can't express in strong enough terms just what goes into rehearsals and theatrics. It's very involved. You need a lot of people involved as well, and when you get more people, the more people you get involved, the more likely are things that leak and missteps, mistakes, etc. Sleet just gave us just gifted 5 subscriptions. Holy cow, Sleet! Let's get ready to rumble! Thank you. God bless. There's other things going on as well. Shout out to, let's see, Dan Bongino ripped Bernie Sanders to shred. Not like, do you think that, man, do you think Bernie Sanders is even a threat at this point? Do you think he moves any needles?
No.
I don't think so either.
I think he lost his edge in 2016.
What does the guy do?
Well, he gets rolled out of mothballs to go out and push communism.
Yeah. Lives in doesn't he own 3 or 4 houses? And he's
well, every time they need to shut him up, they buy another one.
He might not be a billionaire. The millionaires and the billionaires. Mm-hmm. He might be he might not be a billionaire, but he's definitely a millionaire. And what has he ever built? Nothing. And okay, the Senate blocking Brennan probe. We didn't get into that.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it?
That was. And that was
really
when,
interesting.
That's when Solomon chimed in on what I think what we can expect, because he's now a part of this whole.
And again, I think it goes back to, I tell you, I am just really, I'm geeking out on Pulte.
Yeah, and he opines
because there's a reason why they're afraid of FISA.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why, and in particular the Senate, the reason why they don't want that to pass is they know their communications.
I thought they wanted it. Oh, so okay, the Democrats. I thought the Democrats wanted it to
there's
pass.
been 3 Republicans that voted against extending FISA.
Yeah, Rand Paul's one of them, right?
Right, but see, here's the thing: it doesn't change any FISAs that are currently in play, but what it does do is create an issue with the providers like AT&T and such, because with the extension being kind of in limbo, they can go back to the government and say, no, we don't have any FISA authorities to give you that data.
And FISA is supposed to work both ways.
Well, that's why they're upset.
I got to get it passed.
So you add the Brennan piece, and then add John Solomon. Oh, by the way, I'm going to help the government find stuff that I know exists.
Free of charge.
Free. I'm not working.
He's doing it because he's got to he's got to be read in, right?
Well, he actually made the comment about Trump deserves to tell the story, but don't think he ain't right behind Trump saying, let me give you more detail once he can.
So he's going to...
I think he's going to be our voice moving forward.
You think he's helping Trump out with the process and how to maybe roll it out?
No. There's still... We just found that out when they just found Fauci's phone calls, text messages that they couldn't find. They just found some more just today. Yesterday. So right now he's inside the administration helping to find this data he knows exists. And he says himself, Trump gets to tell the story because he was a victim of all of this. But he'll be on the heels of Trump putting meat around it. He's going to tell you the story. He'll be able to write about it. It'll be in perpetuity. So John Solomon is going to be somebody you need to keep watching.
Yes. And he's our link, essentially our only link to what's going on with Joe DeGenova in the Southern District of Florida to boot, right?
Yeah, he's the one that has been saying that they're not giving information to Joe.
Yes. It's either the DOJ or the Senate, I think he said.
Senate isn't giving information. Although I heard that there were some factions
in DOJ.
DOJ
Can put the pressure on the Senate to hand that out. I think that's what he said.
Yeah, I think that's where he went.
All right. So
it's really fascinating to watch what's happening because you're seeing that pincer movement, right?
Yes,
and
absolutely.
So now all you do is sit back and see who's screaming about it. And you got gotcha. That's when your gotcha bitch comes in handy.
Yes. All right, get a load of this, guys. John Solomon. This was from yesterday, though.
That chamber that you're sitting in that the president was sitting in today, is obstructing the criminal investigation of John Brennan. There are documents that...
You can definitely tell he's heard something new. He's seen something new, especially after his just from reading his body language.
John Thune, at least as of Friday when I last checked, still has not given to Joe DeGenova, the prosecutors in the main conspiracy case that they're building down in Florida. That request came in January. It's June. There are two things I would say to it. One, if you ever needed proof that the Senate isn't doing the people's business, not complying with the Justice Department criminal investigation is a good first exhibit. And two, you have to ask yourself, why hasn't the Justice Department subpoenaed John Thune and brought this into the courts and compelled the club of octogenarians to do their job, which is to comply with the law like every American does?
John, I understand that the work that you're doing, we cannot and won't talk about that. But I want to put in perspective today, the president goes up there thinking he's going to talk about the Save America Act and get something, move something. And they vote last night for the war powers. Then they get into a shouting match when he's up there on the day we're about to kick off the 10-day celebration commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Your thoughts, sir?
Anyone that knows the history of this country knows that there was a lot of yelling and shouting on the floor of the United States Senate over the years. It's where the great debates occur. And so it's good that there's some passion in the Republican Party. There's some sign of life in the Senate because it's the place where almost everything has gone to die the last 6 or 8 years. It is the graveyard of progress in America. And so you had the clips here where you heard the journalist say, there's just nothing the president can do, so we don't know why he's fighting. The answer is Donald Trump doesn't accept there's nothing else I can do. He keeps pushing until he gets what the American people put him into office to fight for. And I think what you see is the elitists, the establishment, the people that have taken us over the fiscal cliff and the nearly took us over the security cliff in America. They're fine to just raise their hands, surrender, and say, we tried, can't do anything more. And Donald Trump just doesn't do that. He doesn't accept there's nothing more I can do as an answer. And so he went up there to push for this. And of course, the senators don't like that. They like gentlemanly conversations that lead to no progress in America. That chamber that you're sitting in, that the president was sitting in today, is obstructing the criminal investigation of John Brennan. There are documents that John Thune, at least as of Friday when I last checked, still has not given to Joe DeGenova, the prosecutors in the main conspiracy case that they're building down in Florida. That request came in January. It's June. There are two things I would say to it. One, if you ever needed proof that the Senate isn't doing the people's business, not complying with the Justice Department criminal investigation is a good first exhibit. And two, you have to ask yourself, why hasn't the Justice Department subpoenaed John Thune and brought this into the courts and compelled the club of octogenarians to do their job, which is to comply with the law like every American does? You get a subpoena, you're supposed to comply or contest. Instead, John Thune has simply just sat there and gave a blank stare to the American people and the justice system. So I can understand the president's frustration. It's the frustration that the American people have. And I think a little shouting isn't necessarily a bad thing when we're stuck in the mud on the Republican agenda.
John, you've taken, and to show your dedication to the country, you've taken this collateral duty where you're there full time, you're still doing your show. And part of it is all about the CIA and DNI intelligence services and all this declassification. The situation with Brennan is so central to all of it, from Crossfire Hurricane all the way through. How can, given the prioritization, given the firestorm they've had about the new acting head of DNI, how can Thune possibly sit there and not respond to these requests when you're saying these emails would be absolutely incredibly important evidence in the case against Brennan?
Yeah. It's literally his testimony to the Senate Intelligence Committee. By the way, it takes like 5 seconds to vote this out, right? And if not, tell the prosecutors, I can't get the votes, and subpoena me, and then let's bring it into the courts. That's what they did with Richard Nixon during Watergate and the Watergate Committee. You're right. The Intelligence Committee is ground zero for what was a decade and perhaps a decade and a half, going all the way back to the early Obama years, of a weaponization of intelligence, of law enforcement. And I also think when we're done with the project I'm working on and what others who are working on, great journalists are working on right now, it's also ground zero for the erosion of our liberties, the erosion of our privacy. There are programs all across the government, nothing I've seen yet, but I intend to find it. But as a journalist, I have been able to confirm there are programs that the CIA and others gobble up Americans' records. It isn't just the NSA that's gobbling up programs. We have a Fourth Amendment that has more holes in it than the Alamo after the shootout. We don't have a Justice Department until recently that tried to enforce the Fourth Amendment or the Second Amendment or the First Amendment. And I think the intelligence community is at the heart of censorship, weaponization, invasion of privacy. And John Brennan was the grand maestro. He was the John L. Williams of that operation, that orchestra. And we can't fix it until we fully expose it. So my goal is just to help the president and some very good people in the intelligence community who want to get it out, tell a story, and then the policymakers and the president and the cabinet secretaries can fix it. And I just want to say thank you to President Trump for opening the door to this. It's something that's long been needed. He did it. He gave a great team that's working with us. And early on, I wanted to shout out Director Ratcliffe, Director Patel, and Director Pulte, who just got started.
Did he just shout out to Ratcliffe? Oh.
Most certainly did.
Oh.
And remember, Ratcliffe's already gotten rid of like 450 people in the CIA.
Oh, well, look at
He's
that.
been very quietly over there. He's the Reaper.
That's how you want him.
Right.
But has been more helpful than Tulsi Gabbard was for months in my quest to get information.
What did he say?
That's two. What did he say? Is back in a row, back to back. Did you hear what he just said?
No.
Listen.
Back it up.
And Director Pulte, who just got started, but has been more helpful than Tulsi Gabbard was for months in my quest to get information. They're all.
So I'm going to remind you, I hear what John Solomon is saying, and he's creating the intrigue, which is good. When was the 4 pages about the biolabs declassified?
Middle of June.
April 23rd.
Oh, I'm sorry. April 23rd. That's right. April 23rd.
The public didn't get it until June 12th.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So Tulsi can't respond to something in that process. And the 4 pages pretty much tells you there's a case attached to it, or there would have been more information. And she was specifically pointing to what was going on in Ukraine. Yeah. What is going on in Ukraine ends up being the key piece to the weaponization against Trump.
Yeah, and you can't be handing out documents if there's
documents.
Right, if there's a case going on, or a hearing, or a grand jury.
Just going to point out that she can't give up information that the Attorney General hasn't approved.
Jax asks, here's a question. How does he have clearance to get info from DNI before it's released anyway?
He doesn't.
There you go.
But that's my point. If it were declassified, he could have access to it. But he's been trying to get information from DNI for months. Mm-hmm. And you get a really good insight in that first drop on June 12th. Because it was actually declassified in April, but not released to the public till June.
Yes. Now he's getting it.
Now he can get it, right? Yeah. But this thing goes deeper because Ukraine. Remember, she specifically focused on the labs in Ukraine. Mm-hmm. This Ukraine story is that linchpin that unravels the whole weaponization, the whole Russia collusion, people that were falsely accused and put in jail.
Right.
I mean, this goes into all of that. Remember Manafort? I have no love lost for Manafort, but he was put in solitary confinement over falsified ledger documents.
Yeah.
So there's obviously more to that story. Now, what he is referring to is DOJ. Go backwards. Remember when Jack Smith secretly got the records of Republican congressmen?
Mm-hmm.
Tuberville was one of them, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Thune turned around and tried to sneak in a provision when the government was shut down that would charge the federal government up to $500,000 per incident. And they wanted to get the service providers, to let them know ahead of time.
So wait, I thought Thune was holding things up. I thought Thune was a bad guy.
Thune is a bad guy. I don't know who put him up to it, but he's the one that personally negotiated the lawsuit against the federal government if the federal government went after congressional records like that. But this goes into more, because the DOJ then requested that data, and they're not giving it up. So this goes right back to the FISA extension. This goes right back to, you can look at anybody's phone conversation but ours.
Wow.
So the in particular, the Senate is really worried about where these investigations are going. Now, bring back Ukraine. What did we find out with FTX? Money was funneled through Ukraine right back into campaigns.
Yes, that's right.
So they're really tied into the whole Ukraine story as well.
That's right.
All of this is connected. And they're fighting like there's nobody's business to prevent their information from getting out.
I got something else. That's going to follow this.
Seriously, and I think we're going to have some bombshell revelations in the next few weeks that will just show you how much the intelligence community kept from the American people and intruded on the American people's rights.
Boom. You heard it. You heard it, guys. Now, this brings me to my next clip. That is Chairman James Comer laying out the case that will finally allow the DOJ, the Department of Justice, guys, to wait for it.
You're going to give a spoiler alert, aren't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Just play the video. Just play the video.
Comer's going to lay out the case that will finally allow the DOJ to prosecute Fauci.
Yes.
Fauci.
But I showed you the same thing. Tulsi said he lied in 2024.
Yep.
And there is a path. I laid out that path.
With what Tulsi released, there's more than enough evidence
There's
to prove
a lot of stuff in those. And keep in mind, more than half of what she dropped last Thursday was financial.
Yep.
What is the key thing when you're trying to break a case? You follow the money.
Follow the money.
He just gave you all those transactions.
And that's, you need, in order to prove a crime exists, you need intent, which is known as mens rea.
Mens rea.
Yes, knowingly, right? Mens rea.
Knowingly and willingly.
Which, if you can prove that, on top of that, well, the lying thing, that's gonna fall.
Well,
under.
I laid out. I told you about the Amerithrax the other night. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So the gain of function has been going on. That's what caused the moratorium in 2014. For him to say I have never funded gain of function is such utter bullshit. Mm-hmm. It isn't funny.
Yep.
But then Tulsi went a step further.
That's perjury, though. That's not. Is that going to fall under?
That is perjury.
Else? Yeah. Which is...
and perjury vitiates, right? Because it's fraud. But here, Tulsi went a step further. She not only impugned Fauci, she told you DITRA's involved.
In other words, the government.
The government. That takes up all those. I can never forget when Rumsfeld stood there and said, there's $2.3 trillion we can't account for. And he declared a war on the bureaucracy. And here we are 25 years later, and that war on the bureaucracy is coming to fruition finally. Tells you how entrenched these son of a bitches were.
Yeah, and how many willing participants they had in the executive as a president,
right?
Which is a small club, who are willing to.
Those are my words.
Look past it and dismiss all of that. So
you can't underestimate the timeline.
No.
Right?
No.
You can't. And when you start putting it all together, your eyes should get as big as dinner plates as you go, holy shit, this is massive.
Not only
because
that,
it is.
So, you know something else that was just discovered today? Did you know that the U.S. Treasury just discovered that over 500, it's either 50,000. I think it's 50,000. That over 50,000 federal workers aren't paying their taxes.
That's been known forever.
Yeah. These are fat cat bureaucrats.
And what they did, guess what that does? Now just extrapolate that knowledge. We've known that they weren't paying their taxes. So what does that do? It helps you to use the agency to weaponize it against the Americans. Think about it. You got something over these people. Now, I got a dumb question for you. Why do you need more IRS agents than you have population? Remember, they were going to hire 87,000 more.
Right. I remember that. That pissed a lot of people
Why do we
off.
need that many?
I don't know.
If not for the fact that they were going to pull on us what they did in Italy and what they did in other countries by overtaxing and then using they're a fully armed police force within the IRS. How stupid is that? What is our FBI for if we've got to have all these agencies be armed up?
Great point. Great point. Same thing with the ATF.
ATF. You go down. There's many agencies. DHS is armed, which is several of the agencies. And I don't have a problem with some of this, but when you've got an increasingly authoritarian government like that, they're just wearing a weapon on their side is meant to intimidate the public.
Yep.
We're not going in the right direction.
Yeah. Yeah. We weren't. Thank you, Marissa. Yeah, arm down under. Okay, great. Almost forgot about that. All right, so you have that. I also have a U.S. Senator confirming that funds from USAID were being funneled to left-wing candidates in South America. In combination with Soros's money to prop up Marxist governments.
So let me tell you a couple stories about Soros. So you remember the Horizon oil spill, right?
Yes.
Soros spent a huge amount of money. I can't even remember the amount.
That shit, really?
Yeah, $250,000 he invested in Petrobras, which is the Venezuelan oil company, right?
Yeah.
And Obama, on the heels of that, granted Venezuela the ability to drill in deeper wells than Horizon.
Oh my gosh.
While he gave us a moratorium against it. So there's that. Number two, all those migrant caravans.
Yeah.
That was Soros organized.
Oh my
but where did he get the money? Because Soros doesn't use his own money. He used USAID money.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so when you go over to, I don't know, Syria, and you look at the ISIS camp and it says USAID on the tent, or you go over to Wuhan and you see 3M inside of Wuhan lab, it isn't hard to figure out where they're getting the money from. They're being funded, and we're doing it.
Ugh, yikes. On top of all that, guys, I mean, it's a laundry list of NGOs, of all bad actors, agencies that are simultaneously taking hits right now.
So the
even Act Blue and Freefall.
The evolution of all of this is you had the government directly funding it through the CIA. Then they set up the shadow banking system, and they exported that into the NGO structures. Now they're using foreign money through the NGOs into various enterprises here. So you're watching the evolution. I've shown this in the past. Q asked, what are the foundations used for? Money laundering. When that started to not work anymore, they used shadow banking and illicit networks. That's where the cartels came in.
And we're starting to hear rumblings about taking them out now as well.
I have no doubt. That don't be surprised that it's already happening, because I knew for a fact it's been several years where our special forces were training the Mexican army. And the direct response to that were wars, cartel wars with the Mexican government that would last days.
Yep. I remember those stories very well.
Mm-hmm.
Act Blue and Free Fall?
Oh, Act Blue they're not going to survive. I actually think that the company gets dismantled because what they've done, and I keep telling this to people, SPLC has been indicted. You don't indict a company. You indict people.
Yeah.
Right? So the SPLC indictment, the Act Blue indictment, that's just a kind of an open door so you can kind of get an understanding of what's going on. We've not seen the indictments of the people, but it was clear during that one hearing where Act Blue was there and she pled the fifth on everything.
Yep.
It was clear that there were indictments that are handed out and nobody could talk about. So what is going on with Act Blue? Remember what they were doing. They're funneling foreign money directly into campaigns.
Yep.
You saw the question for a foreign donor. But take it another step. What did Fincham tell you? They were taking these huge blocks of cash that were coming through the Act Blue site and putting it sending it to title companies, which was offshored, right? Sending it to title companies to put on these mortgages. So Act Blue has been doing subversive shit for a long time. And subversive usually ends up with the word treason after it eventually.
Yep.
And so I don't know that Act Blue survive, and the executives, they're not going to survive. And I do think Act Blue will be going away. Which is why you've got the Democrats screaming, but win red, which is a completely different case.
And I suspect, we've all known about Act Blue. We've all known
I did a
about
huge deep dig in 2020 on Act Blue.
Every
For the
single
longest
one of
time,
you guys out
if
there
you
in
went
the
to the
chat
White
knew
House
about
and
it.
clicked donate, it went to Act Blue. Remember?
Yes. Not to mention that
Black Lives Matter
I've
went to
always
Act
suspected
Blue.
it was a laundering operation.
Yeah, how
as
can it
well,
not be?
But here is James Comer, everybody telling us what's going on with Act Blue. Get a load of this.
That's a major
We're
case.
seeing some of the biggest dividends with Act Blue. Act Blue, we believed before they launching the investigation that they were laundering money from foreign governments, from foreign individuals. We believe that some of these NGOs were funneling money through foreign countries to the Act Blue through identity theft and very lax security standards that Act Blue had. So throughout the course of the investigation, it became apparent when all of the executives Act Blue resigned that something fishy was going on here. Then we brought them in and questioned them the first time, and then they acted, they gave answers that we didn't believe, but at the time we didn't have evidence to prove they were lying. Then evidence emerges recently that they were lying. We brought them back in, and as you know, they pled the fifth.
Oh, yeah.
But the big, most meaningful thing that's happened is the donations are way, way down at
less
Act Blue,
than 25%.
at a time when they should be up. I mean, these are the midterm elections, and this is the time when you get the small dollar donors right now, and they're not getting them. And I think because of the work we've done to dismantle the NGOs, we believe a lot of that NGO money was ending up in Act Blue. President Trump has reduced foreign aid. We're defrauding these international. We're catching these international fraudsters that were stealing money from Medicare and Medicaid. So I think all of the above, with respect to investigations, has had a significant impact on Act Blue. That and the public humiliation of the admission that their CEO lied under oath to Congress, and they purposely reduced the guardrails to enhance more fraud. I think that's had a big impact on Act Blue, and it's leveled the playing field to where we're closer to having fair elections. And I think that's good for Republicans.
Yeah.
Boom.
The guardrails to enhance.
It's great news.
So what's really interesting about what he just said is they're not answering questions. We've caught them in lies. The whole idea that they're funneling foreign money. U.S. aid also funneled money through ActBlue directly. And what I find interesting when you start going down these rabbit holes is listen carefully for what they don't talk about. Because as soon as you see U.S. aid funneling foreign money or funneling taxpayer dollars into an entity like ActBlue, if ActBlue is going down for treason, what's that say about the person over at USAID that authorized that payment?
Oh, it's one big link.
This is going to balloon.
Oh gosh, that's glorious. Comer says, "Yep, follow the money." He says there's no direct there is a quote direct correlation between cutting off taxpayer-funded NGOs and the sharp decline in money flowing through ActBlue to Democrat campaigns. He says we're making progress, but we've got a long way to go, says James Comer.
Oh, I don't disagree with him, but there is a notable decline, right?
Yeah.
Because they're not getting the foreign money. This tells you how little the Democrat Party had without the foreign money.
Yep.
They're less than 25% of last year's donations. Less than 25%.
And where is the DNC today?
Well, they're relying on small donors and they're not getting them. So for all the noise out there about the Mandami commies, where is the money coming from? Because it isn't coming from ActBlue. It's not coming from USAID. It's not coming from the DNC or the senatorial House committees. Where's the money coming from? And don't tell me they don't know already, because that just doesn't fit what we know is happening.
I'd like to see their financials, the DNC, because last I checked, they were in the negatives.
You know, DNC was like 3 million in the hole.
Yeah, and they were -3, at least 3 million in the hole.
Yeah.
Time is it? All right, I got a little bit longer. Shout out to. Did I just see Mitchell? I just see the ballistic. I did just see the ballistic Mitchell out there. What's up, bro? Dropping an EMP, sliding in here like a pimp.
He tried to go unnoticed.
Yeah, he did. God bless you, Mitch. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're having a good evening.
Did the Biden administration, Obama administration flow lots of money to nonprofits from the federal government so they could turn that money back around and fund their campaigns and small donations? Tell us a little bit about what leans you into that theory, because it does seem like a very reasonable theory. When you do an analysis, are you seeing a lot of people associated with government-funded liberal nonprofits giving money back into the system?
Well, I'm seeing a direct correlation of us cutting off the NGOs and the amount of money going to Democrat candidates and being funneled through ActBlue has almost fallen off the rails.
The cliff.
So you can come to your own conclusions there. But you know, there was a reason I believe the Democrats raised all sorts of heck over Republicans wanting to dismantle USAID, Republicans wanting to dismantle these NGOs, and at the very least require transparency as to where the money was going. I think there's a direct correlation between all the fraudsters that Vice President Vance and the Department of Justice under Todd Blanche is starting to apprehend. With respect to the lack of money that's flowing into the Democrat candidates at a time when they should probably be getting record fundraising. So I think that the American people are starting to see, and there's a reason why the Democrats don't want to pass the Save America Act, because they're cheating. They're trying to cheat their vote, and they're cheating, in my opinion, John, by voting people who are not legal citizens. In states where they award driver's licenses, these people are somehow making it on the voter rolls. They're not eligible to vote. This is all part of the Democrat playbook in certain states, not in every state.
We know this.
But in states like Minnesota and California, where you have all this fraud and you've had all this suspicious money flowing in. So I think we're making progress, but we got a long way to go.
And I get it. We all have known this for a long time, and I imagine some of you are probably like, all right, but let's do something about this already. Well,
okay, so let me point out that we're not at a domestic level. You realize that, right?
Yes.
You're at a foreign and domestic level, right?
Yeah.
So in order to move forward with the foreign piece, you're going to have foreign collaboration.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to remind everybody of a set of tweets Trump put out in September of 2018 where he said speed was important to him. He was talking about declassification, and he got all these phone calls, not yet, we're not ready. And he said, there will come a point, and you better get it out. Speed is important to me.
Yep.
So I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. None of us do. But for them to be talking like this now,
yeah,
something happened on the foreign.
Thank you. Yes, something definitely happened in the last couple of days, last couple of week or so. Definitely.
I think the biolab story is a major, but I also think
it ought to be.
The whole Iran story is a major thing because it was easy when you went to OFAC, you could trace it right to Brussels and City of London versus Iran.
Yep.
Although Iran was their proxy, it was originating out of those two entities. And it was notable last week where the EU voted unanimously for mass deportation. So something changed overseas.
Yeah, something definitely changed. That's a good point. All right, let's see here. You know what we need? We need a good story right now.
Yeah. A feels good, right?
Yeah. How about a foreigner coming to America for the first time?
Oh, those are some good stories.
From the UK, sharing his experience in America while attending the games. And by the way, shout out to Vamix. Thank you for the pair of banger shades. Viewer numbers retain, but chat response declines when we raid Vector. We need a guest appearance by Sean and Feisty and others to get the chat to buy into Vector. Shout out to Vector. Vector fucking rules in our family is missing out. Shout out to Vector.
I listened to Vector the other night.
Yeah,
I don't get to listen very often.
he's a
on
VJ.
Yeah, he's got a great show.
Yeah, he's got a great accent too.
Well, yeah, he's an Aussie, but
yeah, shout out to
but
Aussies.
he's actually he's professional.
You know who we need to get on the show is Bella. If you haven't heard Bella's Southern Belle voice yet, oh my gosh, it is magical.
Adorable.
Oh my gosh, it is. I can't get enough of it. I don't know if Bella's
I worked
still
my
out there.
New York accent out. So.
Yeah, that's kind of why I like Bongino. He's very assertive with that New Yorker style.
Yeah,
approach.
I worked mine out. Mine's gone.
This guy's name is Tyler Brett. Enjoy, everybody.
Alright, come with us, boys. Two Brits trying visiting Walmart first time, aren't we, boy? Yeah, we're going Walmart. What? Yeah, like. Do it then. What's going on? This might be the best barbecue food I've ever eaten in my whole entire existence. This is incredible.
All right, so there is something about Walmart in particular that is just like fascinating to European tourists. And the videos that World Cup fans from other countries have been posting about American culture have been both really funny but also really important. A reminder to Americans that America isn't that bad. Taylor Brett and Oliver Henry are both here for the World Cup. They are from the United Kingdom. Oliver actually got to meet the president last night. Guys, it's great to have you. Oliver, you met the president of the United States. How does something like that happen?
Honestly, I don't really know. I've come out for the World Cup. I came to Dallas, Texas, and started documenting my journey on social media. And the content sort of blew up. It went viral. And the great American people started a GoFundMe to help keep me in America whilst I was here, which took me to Boston. And just before I boarded my flight to Boston, I got a message from the White House to say that I've been invited to Freedom 250 and there's a potential opportunity to meet the president. And yeah, one thing after another happened. Everything went right, and I managed to get an opportunity to meet President Trump.
Wait, did you think that was real? Like, I would have been like, nope, spam, deleted.
I was with my friends at the time, and it was a message request on Instagram, and I just happened to see it because I've been getting flooded with thousands of supportive messages from different Americans from all over the country,
right,
to give me support, saying I've helped reinvigorate their love for America. And I just happened to see that one, and luckily it started with, I'm from official communications at the White House, and when you see something like that, it definitely catches your eye.
Taylor, how would you react if I told you there are millions of Americans in this country right now who hate America, who hate democracy, who are offended by the American flag and our way of life? How would you react to that?
Well, if you'd asked me a couple of weeks ago, just judging off what I see through the media, I would have understood it. But once I've been to America, I can't understand it. I think America is probably one of the greatest countries I've ever been to.
What is it about America? Because I think for a lot of Americans, myself included, like, I've been to Europe, but I always think that Europeans kind of look down on our way of life. And I don't know, the last couple of weeks, all of the tourists, yourself included, that's kind of changed it. What is it about America?
I think it's just the people, really. Like, one thing me and my boys, when we left America, all we kept saying was how nice and how patriotic everyone is that works there. In England, if you went into a fast food restaurant, most people would be quite miserable. In America, everyone's so happy to be there, and so grateful that you're there, want to know about you, want to speak to you. Like, it was a real breath of fresh air, really.
Yeah, I love hearing this. Oliver, this is essentially how the BBC is characterizing the World Cup right now back in the United Kingdom. Take a look.
Donald Trump has long sought to restrict who can come into America, and that's having consequences for this tournament.
Some of my favourite social media content is often like football fans at the World Cup. Like, people will try and take pictures with like every fan from every country and all that kinds of stuff. You just wonder if, the vibe might be a bit different.
And you've also got the political backdrop in terms of just not feeling welcome in making the trips. Because of the whole situation around all those aspects, those international travellers aren't going to arrive, the hotel rooms aren't going to be filled, and the local economies are not going to get the uplift that FIFA said they were going to receive.
All right, so Oliver, I mean, that's totally different from what you guys are telling me, but that's what, like, your friends and family back home are hearing from the BBC.
Well, they're not hearing that from me. I encourage anyone hearing that from the BBC to come out and try it for themselves, especially the part about welcoming people from different nations and taking photos with each other. When I first landed, it was in Dallas, and there was an overlap between a game between the Netherlands and the Japanese,
right,
and a game between the English and the Croatians. So there was a huge mix of different people and cultures within Dallas at the time, and everyone got on fantastically. There was parties in the street. We were at the honky-tonk bars, and everyone was having a great time getting along with each other.
I'm glad to hear that. Taylor, so I know you've gone to Texas barbecue. We have the video of that. Texas barbecue is unbelievable. You've been to Chili's, Chick-fil-A, Popeyes. These are great places. But there's a lot of, you get into the second layer of America, and there are a lot of other places that are good. Have you heard about this thing where people, particularly from the United Kingdom, are trying to get ranch dressing and as much of it as possible back to the UK? What is it about ranch dressing?
You know, I actually haven't heard of that rumor going around, but I can understand why people are trying to do it, because the ranch dressing was really good. Maybe I saw a lot of comments on my TikTok from Americans criticizing that we don't have much flavor or seasoning in England. So that's probably what it is. We're probably just trying to get a bit of extra flavor back to the UK.
Oliver, are you bringing anything back with you?
Not yet. I've got a nice little memento from the president himself, but I've not packed any ranch dressing or any sauces yet.
What did he give you?
Just a little memento of meeting him. It's like a medallion type.
I love it.
Medal. I don't know what you'd call it.
Look, if a paperweight, I think, but if I went to London, the King's not inviting me to Buckingham Palace, guaranteed, by the way, or the outgoing Keir Starmer, guaranteed he's not inviting me to 10 Downing Street. I'm glad you guys are here. Enjoy America, and I'm glad you guys were able to join us. Thank you. Appreciate it. Taylor Brett, Oliver Henry, from the United Kingdom and Washington, D.C. Thanks, guys.
information. Truth is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
I particularly like the
What do you
Walmart
find the
shows.
American people to be like?
Friendly and full of hope and positivity.
Very hospitable, very helpful, great fun.
Really communicative. You know, talk, and everybody wants to have a chat and talk to you. And we love the US. Greatest country in the world.
I was really amazed of the hospitality here in Texas. The people are really friendly.
And everybody's been super hospitable and friendly.
You got any single friends? I do. I have plenty.
I just want a passport, you see. But I'm not bad to hang out with, too.
And so what do you think of Texas?
Oh, Texas is great. Very, very good steak. Buffalo steak was wow.
You found the people in Texas to be so far?
Very polite. Friendliest people we've seen since I've been here. We've got lovely people. Makes want to move over here, but we can't, so it's fine.
So much more friendlier. Everyone in London's miserable because the weather's rubbish. It's raining all the time. But everyone is lovely. The sun's out. It's great. It's so good.
Lovely and friendly.
Very friendly.
Yeah.
Very helpful.
Yeah, so don't listen to everything that you're hearing on newsreels and media, would be my advice. It's been wonderful.
Is there anything that you do here that you couldn't do back in England?
Apart from a gun in my back pocket, drinking while I'm driving, no, not really. You can take that out, right? This is a live feed, you idiot.
Oh my God, it's refreshing to hear that, guys.
I have to say this.
As a Brit, I have to say this about the World Cup.
About the World Cup. America has absolutely smashed it. Before this tournament, you had people online saying it's going to be a terrible World Cup. America doesn't like football. Nobody's going to travel. We're not going to feel welcomed. And it's been quite the opposite. We've got fans from all corners of the globes. We've got packed world-class stadiums, by the way. Friendly people. Everybody you meet is just stopping you and talking about football and your experiences. I think we can all agree that America has done an absolutely fantastic job of hosting this World Cup so far. Genuinely feel a lot of people's opinions on America will now change after this World Cup. I have to say this.
Boom. And this one right here is directly from the White House saying, "We've been trying to tell you guys we are so back."
America, it is happening. Do you see it? People who want America who have travelled to the World Cup are realising they've been lied to.
We owe America a huge apology because America is nothing like what the media tells us. Everyone is so friendly. Everyone is so accommodating.
I feel like I've been lied to my entire life about America.
Texas is good.
Everything is big.
Everything is big.
I love it. This is so insane.
Look at all the American flags.
Yeah, beer and barbecue.
Yeah, that's very different.
Oh, this is the ranch.
This is probably the best store ever.
Cheers. The better is in America.
Wait, what?
America!
10 out of 10. I have to say this about the World Cup. America has absolutely smashed it.
Well, any questions?
We did lose the game against Turkey tonight. Right?
Yeah, we lost against Turkey tonight. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do?
Yeah, Turkey
Can't win them all.
No, but it's been refreshing because I've had, and I've told you this before, I've had 22 exchange students over a period of about 10 years. And they all came, they couldn't wait to come to the U.S. In particular, they wanted D.C., only because they couldn't get a home in New York because they all wanted to go to Ground Zero. So every year we had to take a trip to Ground Zero. But they had this impression of who we were as Americans. We were fat, lazy, and wealthy. And I used to ask them all the time, if we were fat and lazy, how did we get wealthy? And you could see the wheels turning like, yeah, there's something wrong with that story, right? And then to hear these guys saying, we've been lied to about Americans. Well, newsflash, Americans have been lied to about Americans.
You did it with the Socratic method.
Yes. So it's amazing to see these guys. And I loved the Walmart stories. They were some of my favorite. Not because it was Walmart. They were in awe over the selection and how clean the stores were.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hello?
I don't remember the last time I've been to a Walmart now that I think about it. I got one not too far from me either, but...
Well, it's not a matter of even being Walmart. It was the matter of it being such a large store, had amazing selections, which tells you maybe the Europeans don't have great selection in their stores, but you can buy a different brand for everything 10 or 15 times over. And they can't. That's what they were noting. And the whole thing, do you remember when the White House, was it the White House? Somebody put out, don't be taking ranch dressing in your carry-on luggage, remember?
What?
Didn't understand, the whole ranch dressing thing, but there seemed to be a run on ranch dressing. That was fun to watch those stories. But they thought the flavor was unique. We've all had ranch dressing. Yeah, it's good.
Ugh.
But
you like
to
ranch?
the point of it's good on. I love it on chicken wings. Sorry, I don't like blue cheese, so I use.
I don't
ranch.
like blue cheese either. I will do ranch on buffalo wings. Actually,
Yes. My husband loves blue cheese, and it's like, I can't do it. But nevertheless, I mean, these stories that they were telling, it was
very
refreshing.
wholesome. Yep. Kind of spitting in the face of all the
narratives over all these decades, right?
the anti-American narratives.
Well, they had to make us out to be supremacists. They had to make us out because you've heard the uniqueness of America, right? We were exceptionalism. They four-letter worded the word exceptionalism, and unfortunately, because most people don't understand the genesis of that word, where it came from, they're like, well, I'm no different than anybody else. No, that's not what that means. That's not what that's even about. And so that got used as a wedge. And, we were degraded.
Yeah. Well,
I think one of the
we're on
big
that.
things, though, one of the biggest stories is that everybody around the world was starting to figure out every population was victimized. That is the untold story.
Speaking of that story, that movie, for those of you that joined Patriot Theater on Sunday, that movie
Vigilante.
Citizen Vigilante is making the rounds. So you guys, we were all ahead of the curve on that one. Like I said, to those of you who joined us last Sunday, we played that movie and we broke it down and analyzed it. And yeah, there was a lot to analyze. That was one hell of a predictive
Yeah, we're
programming
going to have to
movie.
wait for you to do that for me because I can't watch it.
Don't watch it. I wouldn't watch it if I were you. But
I can't watch it.
I checked off a lot of the boxes, and even the writer-director joined Jack Posobiec for an hour-long interview. Elon Musk has it up on his X account.
You can watch it free for a few days.
For about 48 hours. You can watch it for free. Because he made a deal with the director, which is pretty cool. So I might anticipate more like that coming in the near future. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if Elon Musk somehow developed some sort of Hollywood adjacent type.
Shoot, he's a trillionaire now. He can buy Hollywood, for God's sakes.
Oh boy.
That would be interesting.
Oh boy.
That would be, actually, that's not a bad thought as I sit here and think about it. Talk about twisting that back around. You know what's amazing about Elon Musk? Is his own growth. Remember, he was an atheist.
Yeah.
He's evolved, right?
Why did he evolve,
very
though?
human-centric.
What is he seen that made him evolve?
I think, and this is my opinion, I think it's the whole AI thing.
Yeah, didn't he just put a pause on something too? What did he just put a
He
pause on?
put a pause on his own Neuralink.
Neuralink, yes, because he thinks it needs some
guardrails.
public discussion on it.
He's been talking about
Boy.
this, though, for quite a while. He's saying that AI needs a public discussion, and I agree with him.
That's
why I did. Remember when I did the sovereignty test on AI?
You just gave
kind of get some real perspective, and I said what Anthropic is doing is actually they're fear mongering. It's not that the conversation isn't necessary, but you're going to need the public to have a discussion about what we expect AI to be, a partner versus something else. And right now, one of the things that I tested for the patterns is AI. They're deploying that same model on AI, trying to gain control over the governance system that's put in place around it. So now is the right time for Americans to get up to speed on what AI is, what it's intended to do.
What it could do.
Because we need to be a part of that conversation.
Yeah, what it could do if not enough guardrails, like you said.
I know. I was talking to my daughter yesterday about it, and I said, you know, I'm a little older than you, my dear. And I said, I remember when the computers came around and what people's fears were over programming, how it was going to steal jobs, how it was going to control man, that kind of thing. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And I don't think the public is interested in AI controlling them either. But if AI can synthesize data faster than I can to come to a cure for cancer, that I'm on board with.
Yep, likewise. Likewise. Well, I've been up for too long. I slept like dog shit last night, and I'm going to go get some rest. And I want to thank.
I had a great time tonight. I hope you did.
Good. I'm glad you did. And everybody looking forward towards Monday. Monday is going to be a big show. Feisty Digs.
It's going to be a good show.
Huge. And yes, I have one movie actually I all picked out for this Sunday. Let's see if I can remember the name of it. I sent it to Chris.
I have a feeling it's not a Hallmark movie.
Nope. It's called this one's definitely not. It's called The Day of the Jackal.
Oh.
Yes. The Day of the Jackal. He's essentially a hitman for hire.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a series? Oh shit. It is a series.
Oh, so you're gonna have to do that more than once.
We'll see. It looks really good though, and I think everybody will enjoy that. Feisty, thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Everybody, make sure you go follow Feisty and Friends or Friends Feisty over on X, Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
Are you streaming it all tomorrow?
Not tomorrow.
This weekend? No. All right. Well, yeah, Mr. Robot. I got to do that one too. Mr. Robot Jax. That's right. Well, thank you again, Feisty, for joining, and I can't wait for Monday already.
Neither can I. I'm really excited. I've been working hard on this one for now about 2 weeks.
I know you have.
Hopefully it lands well.
It will. And I'll make sure I get enough sleep the night before.
Yes, please do.
Well,
Love
God
you
bless.
dearly.
Love you too, hon.
Thank you, everybody, for putting up with my rants. I did a lot of soapboxing tonight.
No, you're good.
You guys all have a good night.
You gave me a break.
I told you I got you.
Love you, hon.
Bye.
Bye. Good night. Shout out to Feisty. Shout out to Feisty.